Basically, are we devolving um, um, as a species, as a people? um, you know, I feel like we're getting fatter, weaker, smaller, dumber in some ways, um, less appreciative, a whole gambit of things. And I'll put the StreamYard link up too if anyone wants. People are also welcome to come up and debate ideas with me and stuff too. So we are evolving in some ways, physically and mentally. I think we're devolving. I mean, we're eating poisonous food. There's maybe chemtrails and stuff. We're raiding our bodies more. That should, I don't know if that's necessarily devolving us, but it's going bad. um so I think it's something worth looking into. I have not looked at any of these videos before or anything. I'm just kind of organically coming up to this. Oh, and then also too, let's screen share this first. I'll wait for a few more people, then I want to go over this Palantir nonsense, a little of it. um let's do another thing here. Like the stream on the way in, guys, and we're gonna get started with this. This is we'll just see like what this says. Oops.
Here on Earth, could we be drifting toward the
Excuse
next
me.
great? Humanity has survived wars and plagues, yet our greatest danger might not be a sudden disaster, but
Oh,
something quietly
here's
unfolding
Seagrip.
right here on Earth. Could we?
Seagrip, you have any, or how's it going? First off, how's it going? Thanks for coming on.
Pretty good, brother. Pretty good, brother. Another interesting topic as usual.
Mm.
And so I'm definitely looking forward to some counter views because I share a similar mindset to you that yes, we are devolving emotionally, mentally, physically,
Yeah, spiritually, morally,
spiritually, morally, all that. Yes.
yeah. Even just our regular survival ability to. The only people who kind of can survive are like homeless people in a way. You know what I'm saying? They're actually kind of resourceful, and they'll survive anything.
Well, the Bible did say the meek will inherit the earth.
yeah. So, you know what I mean? From just even a sort of basic survival standpoint, I mean, a lot of us can't, go in the woods, start a fire, hunt, fish, skin the fish, eat it. Like, most of us can't. And that's, it's not necessarily a bad thing per se, but it's something we don't really take account of. And I would say Darwin would say we are devolving.
Well,
I think athletically we might be getting stronger for athletes. Yeah, they're probably evolving, but go ahead, Secret.
But I would like to get the chat's opinion on this because I went through to show you just how learned helplessness we are. My power went out for like 15 minutes, like 10, 15 minutes. My power went out. No internet, no nothing. And it was like, whoa. And it just hit me just how dependent we are. I was on my phone. I was using Wi-Fi. I wasn't using data. And so I wasn't able to be on YouTube. The movie I was streaming, wasn't able to watch that. The power was out. And so I wasn't able to work just my laptop. That's a battery. And so you don't know how long the power is going to be out for. And it's like, how it just shows you just how dependent we are on technology. And I grew up without the internet.
Yeah.
And I grew up without AC. And to now be in a situation where the AC's off, the power's off, the internet's off, it's kind of it makes you think.
Yeah, exactly. So that is what kind of one of the points that I sort of wanted to add in, is because it's, I guess, as a species, we're devolving because when those happen, we're not equipped to deal with it, and most of the
Mhm.
time we're not, and we're taught that this is normal. To, and I'm not saying I'm ready for the apocalypse over here or something, but I'm just saying it's just a question asked because we've made ourselves and if we just look at ourselves purely as like an organism, as a mammal, we've made ourselves so dependent on all this technology and stuff, and I believe AI is just going to make that even worse. I mean, that's like an even crazier layer of it, but like a lot of people, if you said, oh well, you got to walk like 8 miles to work today, like they're gonna actually kind of struggle with that or have a very hard time. Like I notice a lot of people, well, I guess if you're in a city, maybe you walk more, but I'm in a little bit of a rural area, and like I ain't walking that far. Like sometimes on the side of these roads, people are really driving by fast and stuff. It's actually kind of stressful just to walk somewhere sometimes. I've done it and stuff, but I think that we've kind of maybe lost an appreciation from where we've came from and stuff. And remember, a lot of people do want you weak, unevolved, and stuff like that too, because they're gonna say, okay, well, I can just take advantage of you more. So,
well, I'm going to say, wait, snowboard. You're trying to say you're not ready for the Thunderdome?
I am a little bit. I have some firearms, and I live at a lake, and like, but I could know more. I don't really know how to hunt. I should, and I barely even fish or anything like that. I mean, I live at a lake. I should go fishing, but I just don't really. I don't know. I don't think I don't really fish unless I was going to eat it, and I should be doing more of that. So that's what I'm saying. There's many facets to this. Like that is more of there's a societal factor of it, but I'm saying as an organism, as human flesh, as a meat suit, I kind of think that we are evolving a little bit because we're, eating bad food, eating sugar, all this crap. Some of us are literally cutting our dink off or tits off. They're literally mutilating themselves. I would say that's devolving, or they're trying to metamorphosize into the other gender or whatever. Some people may say that is evolving, and maybe they have a case for that.
Nah.
But I'm just saying, like, as human beings, and we'll talk mostly about probably the West, United States, Canada, and stuff like that. But I kind of think that we are sort of, I guess, devolving.
Well, look at it from this perspective. Just within the last 2 generations, we grew up. So I turned 55 next month. And so I was born in 1971. And, I used to have to walk to school. We had to learn to read. We had to learn to do math, arithmetic. We didn't calculate. I didn't use calculators. Probably until high school.
Yeah.
I didn't use statistical and graphing calculators until I was in college.
Yeah.
And even when I was in college, in the 90s, and even in high school, I had to go to the library. I had to research. I had to pull up books. I had to read them. I had to cite my references. I had to use microfiche to look at certain periodicals as far as my research is concerned. And now, people are using ChatGPT, AI. They're able to jump on the internet and pretty much, get information to do reports and everything like that. You got kids in elementary school using effing calculators.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah, my friend from Russia, he said when he came here to college, he said like everyone was using a calculator, and he said when he was in college, like you actually got not kicked out, but you got in trouble or you'd fail if they caught you using a calculator. And he keeps saying, he's like, in America, no one knows math or anything. Like, and we kind of don't. I kind of don't. But it's not to trash America. He's just saying like it's because of stuff like that. And right now, like that's going to become an exponent because that's part of the danger of AI. They're like, well, I can just use AI to do something.
Well, here's something else people don't realize. Alzheimer's, dementia is
Keep
actually
talking. I'll be right back.
rise. Yeah, Alzheimer's, dementia is actually on the rise. And they're anticipating that I think in the next, 30, 40 years, we're going to have double the cases of Alzheimer's and dementia because, and this is not something that I'm well versed on. I just have read or seen this in passing, but we're not using our brains. And so, you start developing this plaque on your brain and it's one thing to not use your brain. And I'm using air quotes when I say this, in your 50s and 60s, 70s, it's one thing, when you slow down in life and you're not as active and anything like that. But we're mentally in our 20s and 30s. I think we're mentally at where people would normally be in their 60s and 70s. We're not using our brains anymore. We're using AI to write papers. We're using ChatGPT to research stuff. We're watching short-term. We're watching short-term. Short
pornography too.
Pornography. We're looking at short-term.
Pornography definitely devolves. It degenerates us and therefore devolves us in a lot of ways. I would say
short form content to where now people don't have the attention span to engage in long form content.
No, they don't even understand nuance, context, or anything.
Exactly.
They're cooked.
Also, think about it. One of the many reasons why we live longer, through water and sanitation. Well, back in the day, the tavern, the pub, where people would go drink coffee, tea, or ale and everything like that. This fermentation, this heating, this thing that destroyed bacteria. We're now drinking cleaner water, living longer. But also, it was the place where we would go to debate. We would discuss life in the village, politics, the king, the queen, the mayor, or whatever, the magistrate, or whatever the case may be. We literally would rigorously debate our views, our opinions, and now, we're indoctrinated. We repeat what we heard. How many times have you personally, and this is for the chat too, where you've gotten into a discussion with a colleague, a coworker, or a family member, and all their talking points were
parrot points.
It was parroted. I remember when Orange Man first ran for office, and I was debating another manager, and this chick was getting all emotional, saying all this stuff about Orange Man, but everything she said was literally parroted from left-wing media. And I said, okay, but tell me specifically.
It may not have been quite parroted. I think it could have been. I think it was chicken-headed.
Chicken-headed. as Locke would say, I see what you did. But here's now. And now we're at the point to where you would have to go to fringe. You'd have to go to the dark web or the dark fringe media to get indoctrinated. Now with the latest attempt on Orange Man's life, they're now reading his manifesto on certain platforms, and literally the things that is in his manifesto is literally chicken-headed from left-wing media.
The Palantir thing?
Huh?
The Palantir thing? Or
Yeah. The dude from last week at the White House correspondent dinner, the guy that tried to Tokyo drift his way into the dinner.
Oh, okay, the assassination attempt
Yeah.
guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now I get it. Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I was trying to code the language.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, but I had forgot that even happened. Well, that's another thing too. Part of the de-evolution is the overstimulation of media. We have about a 2-week attention span of remembering stuff that happened about the past 2 weeks. So that's also a part of it too, because we're overstimulated where we can't like, we've seen more images, we've seen more advertisements, like I don't know, a kid who's 15 years old has seen more advertisements in his life than probably his grandpa did his entire life, who lived to be like 70 something. And there's a lot of we've seen more digital pixels and faces and stuff than ever before, times like 500. Because it used to be like, you would be in your, village, and you'd see the same like 30 people like your entire life, maybe more than that, but you know what I mean? Like, if I wanted to send somebody a letter, because they went to war in France or something like that, I have to send first off, I have to write a letter, and make it count, because it might take a year to get to them, if it even gets to them. You know what I mean? If I gave someone a letter right now and I said, bring this on foot, then on boat, then on foot again to such and such in France, like, that's like a year-long thing. If I don't drop it in the water, or, am incompetent, or get deleted along the way, or I don't know, the whole bag of mail gets stolen. You know what I mean? So we live in a good time where we have a lot of that. So we're kind of evolving, and maybe the amount of information that we can consume, that's probably gone up, but it can just come at us so fast that we take it in, but we don't actually integrate anything. It's just kind of like, just kind of there. So that's another aspect of it as well. So like, there's when I'm saying we're devolving, there's the physical devolving, is just us as a, organism, as mammals and human beings. There's the mental aspect of it. Are our minds getting sharper, or are they not? And there could be a debate. Some people are actually getting way sharper and using this technology to help them, learn another language easier with, chat bots and stuff, like, learn music, things like that. But also the spiritual and moral ethic, religious aspect of it as well. I don't think that we are, we're not all about to work together to go to space here, or to, you know what I mean? Like, we're not all doing like that much better, in my opinion, than like 20 years ago. We're not, yeah, we're a little bit better, but not, crazy. And that can be open to debate, but I'm saying, like, I think we are kind of sort of devolving.
I think so. So as far as productivity, for businesses, I think I was watching something.
That's probably up.
It is up.
Yeah, that's,
and so from the 70s.
Yeah, go ahead.
So from the 70s until now, I read something where businesses are now like 80 something, close to 90% more productive than they were in the 70s, but salaries have only gone up like 20%. And prior to 77 or something like that, productivity and salaries kind of went hand in hand, that the more productive you came. So yes, technology is evolving, but all it's doing is making the rich richer. There's only a small portion of the population that is benefiting from all this technology, all of this productivity. Only a small portion.
Yeah.
So I will give you that there are people out here who are using this to improve themselves, to better themselves, to learn more, do more, be more. but
Yeah.
it's the minority, not the majority, in my opinion.
Yeah. There's a good book called The Right to Be Lazy. It's written by like in, I don't know, like 18th century France. And he's trying to make the argument like, well, the as more things become industrialized and all that, human beings should be actually doing less. Therefore, it's not the right to be lazy. Like this is my right. It's more like saying like the point of innovation. Basically, laziness is how you create a new way of doing something. A lot of the time.
Well, I remember when technology, computers, and everything. I remember the '90s when they were telling us that this technology, this computers, all this productivity, the internet, it was going to make us more productive and more profitable. And it would give us more lifestyle freedom, that we could do more with less time and improve our quality of life. Well, guess what? That's not human nature, because businesses, they latched onto this and no. And once again, the fundamental of business is I want to get as much productivity out of you for the least amount of money possible.
Yeah.
So I used to use this acronym for job, just over broke, in which, the way the joke goes is companies pay you enough to get you to keep coming back and to submit and surrender your dreams.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So
not enough to get you rich or to make you self-sufficient or independent, or to be able to, have more quality of life. If I can, like if you can pay me a full-time salary.
I have a great. So my friend's brother-in-law, and he's in Russia, but he's almost like a Russian oligarch at this point, because he has, he's killing it money wise, killing it. But he said, and he told that, and he's not a small hat, but he has a little bit of a small hat mentality. But he said this to who's my friend, who's like a business partner with me. He said this. He's like, pay them just enough to live and a little bit more to have a little bit of fun, but that's it. And he said that has been one of the keys to his success. I'm not really a fan of that, but he's killing it. But he also will like evict people. He'll buy a house, evict a single mom, put them on the street. Like he'll take anything as collateral, things like that. So that's sort of a different conversation. But let's watch a video. I don't know what this video is going to be, so let's see if it's going to be any good.
We be drifting toward the great extinction with no one to blame but ourselves.
Hang on, and another thing too. I'm not saying like we're about to become extinct, or someone put here tenacity put de-evolving takes hundreds or thousands of years. Yeah, I agree. Like I agree with that in a certain sense, but what I'm saying is we're starting to reach the turning point, the tipping point. We're kind of at a linchpin right now as far as that, particularly with AI coming up. So I guess that's more what I'm saying. I'm not saying like, so I'm saying that, but I also am saying the mind is plastic. And right now, the mind is plastic, meaning that you can mold it in a lot of ways that you want. But right now, it's just getting completely cooked. It's just melted mush plastic, pretty much.
And plus, if you think about it, when you look at technology and innovation, we have had more technical innovation in the last, 80 years than we've had in the last 800.
Yeah,
combined.
Some of it's impressive. I'm not saying like, we're not evolved. Like in some ways, we're doing great.
What I'm saying is it's accelerated. And so, yes. So, yeah, devolving, normally evolution does take thousands of years. But what happens but we're at a point to where we have exponential, things are just expanding exponentially, because once again, they're anticipating that the number, like I said, the number of Alzheimer's and dementia patients are projected to double in the next. I'll look it up to tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah. Now, my grandmother died not too long ago from dementia, and she had a very sharp mind. I actually would kind of hang out with her, and we would actually kind of like roast each other, and she was actually pretty funny, but her mind just started getting cooked. And I think a lot of that too is like part of what I'm saying, like we're sort of maybe devolving. We also have, all these cell phone towers. We have earbuds in our ears with that, they're giving off frequencies and stuff. We're looking at screens most of the day. People are cranking it to like pictures on a screen. We're eating, McDonald's fast food instead of like, an apple off of a tree. All these things are factors, like I would say part of it's kind of evolution in some ways. Modern medicine is part of evolution, and it's helping us evolve, but in some ways too, it's helping us devolve in a way, because it's kind of a double-edged dildo that will just F you either way, but kind of helps you feel better either way too if you're a woman. So let's see what this is like here.
On today's episode of the Infographic Show, we're looking at why the next generation might be the last. The human race has been through a lot. An ice age that nearly froze us out of existence, a plague that wiped out half of Europe and still lingers around today, and devastating wars that raged for decades.
Seen this, so I don't
There's even weapons capable of ending all life on Earth, and we're still standing, and in many ways richer and more comfortable than ever before. But despite that, many people worry that we are on the verge of a crisis that there is no escaping from. Most of the time, when a species goes extinct, it's because of outside factors. Entire eras of species have gone extinct because of environmental changes and disasters. In humanity's time on Earth, we have watched the woolly mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, the dodo, and countless other species vanish forever. Some were hunted to oblivion, others lost their homes as humans claimed more and more of the planet. Countless species now teeter on the brink. And then there's the giant panda. The species is beloved and highly prized in zoos, but it is notoriously slow to reproduce, especially in captivity. And that's made the efforts to restore the population extra tricky. So maybe we should just call the younger generations the panda generation.
Because we're always pandering toward them. Oh!
The past,
that's why they're called a pansexual, because it's like a panda sexual.
Birth rate was not a problem. It was very common for married couples to have a lot of kids for a number of reasons, and most of them not very pretty. For one thing, the farming lifestyle was extremely common back then, and you don't have to hire a workforce if you can make one. Secondly, infant and child mortality was very common, so families with a lot of kids had a far bigger chance of winding up with a living heir. Not even royalty was safe. Royal succession struggles were common when the king's only son died of disease or infection at a young age. And third, birth control, at least reliable and easily accessible.
But we know these 304s use baby deletion as birth control. I would say the baby deletion that occurs is literal it's like
we went from valuing and treasuring life.
Yeah, it's like deleting evolution.
Well, think about it. We went from valuing life, valuing children, seeing them as a resource, to now devolving to where now they're just a clump of cells. So yeah, and that's part of that moral decay, that moral de-evolution.
Yeah, because like we have a lot of resources here and everything. Like we can really be closer to living in a utopia in a lot of ways. Like we have a lot here. We can there is really a lot that can happen, but people still want to, that's what I'm saying. Like at a certain point, they don't want to physically and spiritually involve and stuff, because like the only way we're going to be able to like save this planet or go evolve as a species is we got to like all kind of end up working together and just say like, hey, like, how about we just stop killing each other? Maybe that's kind of a good idea. But that's, you know, I'm not trying to say that's where I'm trying to take it. So let's watch more of this. Yeah, but birth control is a bigger part.
And there's also a flip side. We're now waiting longer to have children. You know, women weren't meant to be in their 40s chasing around toddlers.
Yeah, exactly.
And on top of that, you know, now you're getting to, you know, the bottom of the barrel of eggs. And so, you know, and now we're seeing more genetic and more mental defects in children from older, you know, with older births.
Yeah. Tism is a new thing, and I think a lot of it can be related to that. So there's like, you know, like Tylenol. Tylenol is kind of maybe devolving us. It gives, you know, it's related to autism, and you know, there's a whole that's so So someone put here too. I think it's environmental epidemiology. Environment has a huge impact on it. Does. So the nature versus nurture. This is the nurture where we, you know, we're eating the slop food. You know, all this stuff, like even the clothes that we wear are like kind of plastic, and you know, half the stuff is literally a soy off. They're putting soy, like we're having corn syrup in every goddamn thing. If you go to Walmart, like, you guys need to realize that, like, when you get like mayonnaise and ketchup, it's mostly just corn syrup with just different coloring of stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're eating weird corn syrup, red 40, all this stuff, but we have also created that to use. So that's what I'm saying. Like we're evolving, but we're also like devolving at the same time.
Contraceptives weren't available until the 20th century, so mom and dad were usually at the mercy of their fates. But things have changed a lot since then. As the 20th century moved on, a different kind of typical American family emerged. Mom, dad, and 2 to 3 kids was usually the platonic ideal if you looked at the TV, although some shows still played up the appeal of a big family. The post-World War II baby boom certainly helped the population, but as 2-income families became more common, families shrunk without one parent dedicating themselves entirely to child rearing. Things leveled out, and most families adapted to the new social paradigm as we got to Gen X and the millennials came of age. And then reality intervened. For the last 20 years or so, the world—
It's also technology.
Has hit the birth rate equivalent of a water slide. First came the bloody start to the 20th century as several new wars kicked off. Then came a globe-spanning recession.
So here's one other thing too.
Came the bloody start to the 20th century.
So wars are a double-edged sword as well. They actually push evolution. They delete a lot of people, but they actually kind of accelerate evolution in some ways. Wars are what create a lot of innovation. During World War II, the people in Germany, like, they did a lot of, you know, unique, interesting technologies and develop, because the stress and the fear is, oh my God, other people are coming to kill me and everyone I love. I need to find a way to make us safer, make it better, make things more efficient, things like that. How do I make a machine that makes machines or something like that? So when it comes to like war, it can accelerate a lot of things. But it's also us killing each other as well. Like, again, I'm trying to talk about humans as a species, as an organism, as mammals, not necessarily like, you know, someone in Iraq versus, you know, us here culture wise. I'm talking about as if we were all ants in a big ant colony called Earth, we're kind of deleting each other a lot, and we're spending most of each time like fighting each other. We could be doing a lot of other stuff. So we'll continue.
As several new wars kicked off, then came a globe-spanning recession in 2008 that many people still have not recovered from. More conflicts, an unsettled political scene, and a devastating pandemic have only made things worse.
So another good little hack to equilibrium, and if you guys have done this, sometimes the halal food is actually wicked good. I don't know if you guys have been to a Lebanese restaurant ever or anything like that, but sometimes they make some damn good kebabs and stuff like that. And it's kind of nice because no small hat has like touched it and infected it or poisoned it along the way, or just anyone else. So also too, what they're doing with some of these, maybe even kosher, I can't speak for kosher, but with the halal meat, what they're actually trying to do with it is when they delete the animal, they do it in a way where the animal is calm and doesn't really know. So its muscles don't tense up and produce lactic acid and all the things associated with fear, knowing it's going to die. It's basically, it doesn't have like a green adrenochrome type thing. It's less like savage in a way. So, and they're saying that changes the state of the meat, because if you have like if you're running away in the wild from a wild animal or something, or you're going to die, your body produces all the stress hormones, and same with an animal. So, cortisol, adrenaline, norepinephrine, all this stuff, and lactic acid, and that ends up in the muscle tissue that you're then going to consume. So it also makes it more tense as well, but maybe that relaxes a little bit, but you're eating a lot more of kind of like toxins in a way. Not toxins, but it's a little bit different. And they also don't allow like, chemicals and all this garbage here. Yeah. Those black ants are out of hand. Well.
Many young people have looked at the scene, thought about having kids, and noped out. After all, it is common for young people to feel like they barely have things together themselves. Why be responsible for someone else in the process? But it may not all be voluntary. In June 2025, the United Nations Population Fund released a sobering report. Across 14 surveyed countries, 1 in 5 people said they simply couldn't afford to have the number of children they wanted. The survey covered...
So this is a twofold thing here. Number one, I know a lot of people are going to say like, well, if you go to the third world, people are having kids just fine with no money, and people are always able to raise kids with no money. Yes, this is true, and I get it, but I don't want to do that. I personally don't want to do that. And that's just me. But I get that people have had kids with no little resources, and they say, oh, it doesn't cost much, and you'll figure it out and all this. And I know AJ is kind of a proponent of that, and like they're right. But the other people see it a different way, and they're like, this is going to cost a lot. I only work at I only work at Chick-fil-A. And, now I have to pay for my kids' medicine, and a lot of all this, it's difficult.
It's difficult.
$5 an hour. Yeah.
So here's the thing.
Gallon. Yeah.
In these countries, they don't have all the money printing and inflation that we have over here. We have so many entitlements. As always, it's supply and demand. When you have more dollars chasing fewer goods and services, the price of those goods and services go up. And over here, we have SNAP, we have WIC, we have EBT, we have Medicaid, we have Section 8. Earl Nightingale, in his audio, The Strangest Secret, he really did compare the United States to a naval convoy. It only goes as fast as the slowest ship to stay in formation. And so this country was really designed so that it's hard for people to fail.
Yeah, well, they've set it up, though, as a codependency model, where you are codependent on the food to be given to you. You don't produce your own food.
and overseas
and grow
and
your own food or hunt your own food, fish your own food, and anything like that. That concept is cooked in the West, and for the most part. I think you guys get what I mean.
And over in now I'm just speaking specifically, DR, Colombia specifically, they don't have all these same social safety nets. And so, generally speaking, one thing that I've seen consistently, and I've lived in several different countries, housing cost is usually less than half the average income on average. And so even
and want it to be about a third. Is a golden number.
About a third half. Yep, about a third.
Yeah.
And so, yes, when you don't have all of the inflation, the money printing, all the vouchers, and all this other crazy stuff,
taking it, insurance. This is another thing. Insurances are in every goddamn thing, always.
And over there, you're paying for yes, you can get insurance, but you also have the ability to just pay out of pocket. Mexico, I've been to the doctors in Mexico. I've been to the doctors in Dominican Republic. I've gone to the pharmacies in Colombia, and I've been in pharmacies in all these different countries. And I'm telling you right now, there is a major cost difference going to see doctors, because I pay for stuff out of pocket, and it's not like it's breaking the bank.
Yeah.
Developed countries in North America, South America, Europe, Asia, and Africa. So it seems to be a global problem regardless of the country's financial status and its usual fertility rates. The decline began with millennials, as many deferred marriage and children while they tried to get their footing in the aftermath of a major...
What else also is a little more parallel with millennials? Constant internet use, technology, the smartphone. They're also kind of one of the first generations, maybe the tail end of millennials are one of the first generations that always has this going on. So like that's a new, and I try to say this with AI, it's a new stimulus to the human being, to the human organism, to the human mind, to the human spirit, psyche, consciousness, all this stuff. So that, and a lot of it can be, like we are also manipulated a bunch of the time too, which doesn't help anything. So I think sometimes it's not necessarily that millennials didn't want to have kids. It's part of the like environment that they're in. The nature versus nurture. In this case, it's the nurture.
Major recession, but it didn't stop there.
I don't have a kid. I'm a millennial. I don't have a kid. I don't think I even really want him, to be honest.
It accelerated. While the behavior of millennials provided worries of a baby bust, the behavior of Gen Z, many of which are out of college and starting their careers by now, is causing worries of a population apocalypse.
And by the way, who are we to tell them how to live?
Unlike the millennials, they aren't deferring those major life steps out of convenience. They are actively eschewing them. A quarter of Gen Z and millennials who don't have children say they plan to stay that way, and polls about marriage show similar results. Part of this is the economy and fears of the state of the world, but there are other factors as well. Gen Z is by far the population with the largest LGBT population,
and that might be de-evolution as well. Has there probably always been gay people? I would probably say so, but the transformer type thing, I don't know. I like that is strange. And I would say if you lop your dick off, that's kind of devolving yourself personally.
Quarter of the age group, and that group is far less likely to have kids. But there's another factor too, and the biggest clue can be found in the kids. Is Gen Alpha okay? It's a common question asked these days, and pretty much everyone says
no, they're cooked because of all the media and their dumb parents and stuff that just let them cook their brain on a tablet all day, living in this like metaverse. you know, so you know, they're growing up in literally a new world, basically.
No. The youngest current generation, currently those up to 12 years old, is in the middle of their school years, but many
Look, here's even a 304 taking a selfie.
people worry about how they'll turn out. There have been plenty of reports about their lack of attention span and their behavioral issues. These can be attributed to their screen addiction and the learning loss they suffered during the COVID lockdowns. But there is another element that worries people. Many of these kids don't think they're going to grow up, and they might have a point. It's a common refrain from teachers of Gen Alpha students. When they ask them questions about the future, these kids seem to think the world is going to end soon.
Well, why did they, why do they think that?
Students.
You know what I mean? Like,
When they
I
ask
kind
them
of
questions
agree with
about the
them.
future, these kids seem to think the world
Honestly, if I was a very younger person, I can see why they want to be anarchists and just say, "Oh, to hell with it. I'm just gonna party, go crazy, and not care, because what am I gonna do? Gonna go to World War III for Israel or Palantir? Is that what you're gonna do? You may go to the draft to do something. To do what? To go to screw around in Iran at Crag Island? Is that what you want your future to be?" So I can kind of see why they don't give a damn. And by the way, their group, like, sometimes they might actually be smart, because they sometimes we have to give them some credit, or not give them some credit, but we can't just openly dismiss them saying, "Oh, we're an older generation, so I know better than you." Yes, maybe like there is more wisdom, but I'm saying, like, they also have had access to more information their whole life. So they kind of, in some ways, can learn, or possibly could learn quicker. I don't really talk to a lot of young people, so I don't really know, or interact with them in real life. I do a little bit, but I just want to play a little bit of the devil's advocate for that.
world is going to end soon. Fatalism around the state of the world isn't new, of course. The combo of World War I and the Spanish flu wiped out much of the lost generation, leading to lower birth rates and a group who spent the roaring 20s partying like the world was ending. And of course, it's likely the Cold War led to a lot of people drinking their nuclear anxieties away. But the difference is, many of Gen Z don't just think this could be the last generation of humanity, they think it should be. The role of humans in the world has been hotly debated for a while. After all, both millennials and Gen Z have been heavily involved in climate activism. But a small group of radicals known as the last generation takes it further. They were formed in 2021, and they believe themselves to be the last generation before the Earth's climate reaches a tipping point, under which...
Yeah. So, but also too, like, that's another thing too. They're telling them the planet's going to end. And I think, like, that's another thing. The planet will be just fine. The planet will, just time will keep going on. Like, if you have a old abandoned building and you leave it there, like, eventually trees start growing out of it and doing a lot of stuff like that. So the planet will always pretty much be okay. Like, we could be a little better to it, but the Earth actually will pretty much outpower us. Even if we, blew a lot of it up, it will still, that type of evolution will always happen. So, we should still, treat the Earth with respect and everything. That's what part of my work is. But, so I don't know. It's just a side note.
Life as we know it might no longer be sustainable. While it wouldn't be an instant extinction, of course, whole sections of the world could become uninhabitable. And if you look at the news, they might have a point. Over the last decade, climate disasters have escalated to a terrifying degree. Massive floods come seemingly out of nowhere, just like the Texas floods in 2025 that swept away a small-town summer camp. Wildfires are not even unusual events anymore, with the news casually referring to fire season in the Pacific Coast region and Canada. Tornadoes, hurricanes, and tsunamis all happen with increasing regularity. And heat waves are not only getting more intense, they're getting more unpredictable, with massive, long-lasting heat domes settling over unusual places. Most famously, a brutal Pacific Northwest heat wave pushed temperatures past 100 degrees Fahrenheit in cities like Portland and Seattle, places completely unprepared for that kind of heat. And in many places, the infrastructure simply cannot keep up. The United Nations...
Hang on a second. This is kind of funny. I was trying to find a picture. I was trying to find Google Images kind of sucks. But I was trying to find a picture where they have the monkey go to the man, to the guy. Oh, that's a guy with an AK. That's kind of funny. But they have a different one where it's a guy like hunched over on a computer screen than a phone, basically. But there was just 4 of these here, so that's one of them. Here's the next one. Hypothesis: the Earth is only 7,000 years old. Earth, heaven, Mexico. Okay, I didn't know what that one was. But look at this. It's like a beaver with 2 heads in a way because all the way that we are polluting and stuff like that. But then the last picture it showed was like this. So I don't know. That just randomly came up. We'll go back to this right here.
It's also known for its cool weather and copious rain, has seen temperatures rise precipitously over the last decade, which is a problem. And most homes don't have air conditioning. And this has led to skyrocketing deaths from heat-related causes, particularly among the elderly. And in cities like
Yeah. I remember a couple summers ago. I know in like northern, like Washington or something, but I don't live on the West Coast, so I don't really speak for that. But on the East Coast, a couple summers ago, it was really hot out. And I live in New Hampshire, but above me is Quebec. And there's actually a lot of old people who died because they just lived in apartments and they didn't have AC because they don't really, they're just landlord didn't give it to them or something. They are kind of in, Canada, so they don't think it's going to get as hot. And they just simply died from just having no AC. So stuff like that can happen.
Las Vegas and Phoenix, where heat is part of the way of life, infrastructure is built to withstand high temperatures. But as the hundreds give way to 110s, many things won't be able to withstand the stress, and power outages could easily lead to death, and no one is sure how to fix it. The focus has been on reducing climate output, but this may be a catch-22 for the people currently living on the Earth. A big contributor to carbon emissions is cooling technology, which people need to survive because of the effects of climate change. So people are left facing the choice between their own sustainability on Earth and the larger fate of the world. And while most of the older generations might lean toward the former, the younger generation tends to think the sacrifice is worth it, because they already don't think this world is made for them. When millennials and Gen Z start complaining about the state of the world, the older generation tends to say, "Get a job," to which they say, "We can't." While Gen Alpha hasn't entered the job market yet, they can see what it looks like for their parents and older siblings. And it is
Well, remember too, the boomers and stuff just were self-serving their entire life. You think they give a damn about the environment on their way out? Hell no. So a bunch of these people, a lot of people don't really give a shit about the environment, and that it just really is what it is. They'll build a strip mall over anything. They'll build their house anywhere. You want to know how I know they don't care about the environment? Go down most any suburban neighborhood. The only thing they give a shit about their environment is the grass. And they want their grass to look a certain way, and they put all these chemicals on it and everything. They don't care about trees or shrubs that much. They more care about the commercially aesthetic look rather than actually nature or a little bit of the wild. If they have an animal in their backyard, they're going to say, oh, you better get it out of here. It's like, well, they got to live too. They're going to make it too. So, those are factors as well. People who do lawn care, they're just putting a ton of chemicals all over lawns. People, so a lot of people, like when you go to these suburban neighborhoods that are HOAs and stuff like that, the only like plant life they care about is basically like the grass, like maybe some shrubbery, but they don't actually care about the environment that much. That's like them seeming like they do, if that makes any sense.
not a pretty picture. Many jobs use automated rejection software.
I know that because
allow
I cut trees, and as soon as I go to cut a tree, then they think they invented tree cutting, and they're like, "Oh, well, now you're going to take this one, you can take these branches off and do all that." It's like you never gave a shit about any of your trees. at all this whole time. In fact, you viewed a tree as like an obstacle to getting your insurance lower or something like that. You view a tree as like a threat, actually, a lot of the time. In fact, just last week or the week before, I cut some trees for somebody, and I was like, "Oh, look at all these turkeys and stuff back there." They're like, "Yeah, we're putting up a fence because I don't want like the turkeys to get near my kid." And your kids, and like, it's a turkey. Like they're scared. They're scared of the natural world a lot of times, and that is kind of devolving us. Yeah, cutting grass is just, and when you cut it, don't bag it. Just mulch the shit out of it, please. If you see dandelions and stuff, that's good. That's called diversity, you idiots. That's what you all claim to like. So have some diversity in your lawn. Have weeds and shit. Who cares? I like an overgrown house, kind of, actually. Yeah, but these people are, sprinkler systems and all that. I get having a nice appearance to something, but the way that they're saying that they care about the environment, like that's the extent of it. And that's basically just using a ton of like chemicals on shit. Scott's chemical, put Roundup on everything. How did that work out? That's another thing of de-evolution. We have created Roundup to kill weeds, and the Roundup starts killing us from cancer. How's that?
People to apply in person, and it's common to fill out dozens of applications before getting a single response back. Additionally, many jobs are just becoming obsolete due to production being outsourced overseas, leaving a large group competing for a shrinking pool. And that's before the new arrival has its way with things. If there's one thing anyone who reads sci-fi knows, it's that the arrival of a new all-powerful AI usually means bad things for humanity. ChatGPT probably won't evolve into Skynet, but it may make a lot of things harder. Already, writers and artists in many fields have seen themselves replaced with AI.
Yeah, well, most of the ones who suck. A lot of them suck.
Creations that
a lot of the Hollywood writers that they're saying, oh, remember they heard Hollywood writers are trying to protest and stuff because you guys suck. I don't need to see Fast and the Furious 9 or 20, whatever it's on. You guys suck and you're shills.
Usually aren't very good, but they are a heck of a lot cheaper. The tech companies behind AI boast that the technology will keep getting better and better until it can do thousands of jobs and save companies.
So, there's one other aspect to this. So, when it comes to the tech people actually want to live forever or extend life, live 150 years, things like that. So, one could make the argument, oh, well, that means we're actually evolving even more. Yeah, just a little bit of us, the few hundred, 100,000 of us maybe are, yeah, but the rest of us ain't, and they'll use you as fuel to help get what they want.
And snowboard, it's going to be Fast and the Furious 12. Get it right.
Oh my God, Jesus. Yeah, so like that's your Hollywood writers. So get an AI in there again, or just they suck sometimes.
Companies billions, which doesn't sound like good news for anyone desperate to break into the working world. And that's left many people wondering not just how they're going to feed their future kids, but how they're going to keep feeding themselves. And if the government is worried about this, it doesn't look like it. Fertility rates across multiple countries have been cratering, with Japan having one of the biggest drops.
Yeah, in Japan, speaking of Japan, who loves tech? Japan.
Oh, they do.
Oh, can you put a button on my toothbrush? They want to put a button on every goddamn thing, and they love the technology. They love it. They want to sleep in a pod. They love it. So
look,
you go ahead.
Oh, I'm telling you, Tokyo is amazing. If you're looking for a futuristic nighttime landscape, walking the streets of Tokyo, I mean, I was just awestruck back in the 90s. I can imagine what it looks like now.
Oh yeah. But what I'm saying is, and one could make the argument saying, well, this is a highly evolved society. Kind of, but like you said earlier, Seeger, what happens if the power goes out? They're going to be eating each other in a couple days. They're not going to know how to, plant anything, what berries to eat and stuff like that, So as human flesh and human organism, we're getting a little bit weaker in some ways, just in general.
Look, with our just-in-time supply chain, literally, we're all within 3-4 days, in less than a week, the supermarkets will be bare. If something was to happen to our infrastructure, the grocery stores would be empty within a week.
Yeah.
At an average of 1.15 births per woman. That is,
and again, part of why I'm bringing up the society angle is because that is a part of our evolution as well. It's it does affect us.
One of the lowest in the world and well below the rate to keep the population stable, which stands at 2.1. The
Japanese women are hot and they don't really say anything too, which is kind of nice.
States is only at 1.62 births, as the 2 kids and a dog image quickly
lost my V card to a Japanese girl.
Becomes obsolete. China lost its status as the world's largest country to India in
I should have stayed with her.
Years, as its population struggles to recover from the devastation caused by the decades-long one-child policy. Its fertility rate still hovers at an average of 1, so it is not a localized problem, and the people are calling out for answers. While some countries have instituted incentives for having more children, with Russia being particularly
Daddy Putin will give you he'll help you out. I was just about to say it before he did.
Really active in pushing it. The incentives are rarely enough to offset the costs and the associated fears.
So in Russia, basically, it's each time you have a kid, you get like kind of the equivalent to like right now, like 20 grand here. But you don't just get, a bunch of cash. It's 20 grand that goes toward, food, housing, getting a minivan, trying to put a deposit on a house, trying to maybe start a business, but that business is, to support your family, things of that nature. And they basically say like over there, if you have basically about 4 kids, you could have like, like a house just from that money, which is they're trying to incentivize it so you actually like flourish, and they you can't go be like nug just having all these kids and not be around and stuff. You got to kind of be around them and use the money. Like you can't just go and try to scam with the money, you know what I mean? So sure.
Well, I'm gonna put my tin hat on for a second, because my opinion, the only reason why the US isn't as bad off as China, Japan, and Korea is because we are staving off a collapse in our population through migration, immigration, invasion, how you want to put it. We're importing people in here or letting them just come in all willy-nilly. But with that being said, we're not getting the best and brightest. And personally, I think it's because, it's to import the new working class. So the new serfdom. So yeah, let's bring in the people from, all these different countries. Let's not have strong borders. Let them come in and let them reproduce. And this would be the new, like I said, the new working class, the new poor, the new serfdom.
Yeah. The haves and the have-twats.
Yeah. I jokingly. So Lyndon B. Johnson was credited with saying, when he started, the Great New Society and all these welfare programs, he's credited with saying that I'm going to have these ninjas voting Democrat for the next 200 years. And personally, I think that them bringing in all these letting all these people into the country, my mindset is, okay, these are the new ninjas. They're here to replace us because we're busy deleting our kids and everything along those lines. So they're the new ninjas. and that's the only reason why. Because we're not as homogeneous as Korea, China, Japan. But
No,
with that
we're
being
just
said,
homos here. Oh,
yeah,
you can't get a kid in the back door.
But all we're doing is just create a new set of, but we're going to have different set of challenges, because the America that you and I and a lot of the people in the chat, the America that we know, I think it's going to look a lot different 40 years from now.
Oh yeah. I see more of a kind of a tech dystopia a little bit.
Having a kid is a huge investment, one that takes 18 years of a person's life. And that's led to people deciding that if the time isn't right and they're just not sure, they'll hold off on it for now. They're waiting for the economy to get better.
And there's nothing wrong with that either, too. Like, they're not saying, like, they're also saying here too, like, oh, it's having a kid to move the species around. But if you have a kid and it completely sucks, and you know what I mean, like you're not even being able to be a good dad because you can't really afford to do stuff. Like, there is other quality of life is a factor here, and so I don't judge people for not wanting to have a kid.
The conditions to be more.
Dante's right. China has that social credit score thing.
Yes, yeah. They, like, China has so much security. Like, it knows if you're like walking gait. It knows, like, if you farted, basically. Like, they have crazy Big Brother stuff there. Yeah, Tenacity, you can join. I have posted the link, but I'll repost it. Sometimes I have to like pin it to the top or something. I forget to do that.
Yeah, I tried to post it, but I guess you got to make me a mod in order for me to post links in the chat.
Oh yeah, let me do that. Let's do that.
Yeah.
If someone else wants to be a moderator, just put moderator in, and I'll make you one.
Damn. Thanks for making me feel special, Snowboard.
Yeah. Where's... Can you type like X or 1 into the chat, Seagrip, so I see your name, and I can click the buttons to the side of it? Because part of it, I don't really view it in YouTube much. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, add as moderator. You can be a managing moderator, so you're a boss now.
Okay, now I feel special.
Yeah.
And see, now
I kind of thought that I had done it. Okay, so you can do stuff like that now.
Yeah,
I didn't know really even what the difference was. So
it just let me post a link to the StreamYard.
Okay, yeah. So, sometimes I do it, but a lot of the chat goes, and I kind of get doing other things. So I want to. Yeah, that's fine. No one has to or anything. We have a pretty good chat here. I don't really want to censor what anybody says or anything like that, but I have gotten a couple streams taken down already. So, but that's because I did a copyright thing. So, but I don't know if I was saying some kind of edgy stuff.
Supportive and the state of the world to look a little better. But if anything, it's moving in the other direction. It's not just that the birth rate is declining because of financial issues. It's that people aren't sure if this is a healthy world to bring a child.
Yes, and that's a big factor.
Child into in the United
States. That's what I'm saying. That's the Gen Alpha, Gen Z. This is what they're viewing it as being like in 15 years. They're 15 years old now, and they're viewing it like this, like, oh, I'm going to wait till I'm 30 to have a kid. And it's like, well, we might be cooked by then. So I don't blame them. That's basically what I'm doing.
To bring a child into. In the United States, people worry about school shootings. While the odds of one happening are low, they're still much higher than they are in the rest of the world. The climate crisis might be survivable for this generation, but no one knows what the world will.
Climate crisis is bullshit. the planet is always changing, but it's not necessarily in crisis.
Look like in another 50 years, especially for those who live on the coasts. In the worst case scenario, large portions of California and Florida could wind up underwater.
You know, Florida can stay up, but if California goes down the drain to Arizona Bay, turn into Arizona Bay, that might not be that bad, actually.
In a few decades, and whole countries like Tuvalu and the Maldives could cease to exist altogether as the sea levels rise. That is, if there are any of us left. This isn't
the Maldives where a bunch of rich people go?
Yes.
And stuff. Yeah, they always, this is the trick that they do. They love this stuff. That's why this is part of the global warming scam. They tell you that. Remember when the Obamas and stuff are like, oh yeah, the water's rising and stuff. Then they buy like a house in Cape Cod 10 feet away from the water. They love doing shit like this. They've done, so they, again, Russia did this. They did a thing, I think it was like in the 80s, called the Vostok ice core samples, where they basically went to the North and South Pole and just drilled the shit out of it. Like drilled basically giant, like long tubes of ice. Like I'm talking like a mile long. So it's kind of a drill bit that they keep going down and down. And it's just saying that the climate is variable. So yeah, it might be heating up or cooling. Didn't in the 70s they say it was going to be global cooling or something? So they just mess with you about it. It's always changing. But the planet itself always wants to find a homeostasis, a balanced state. So that's what I'm saying. The planet is going to be fine. We should still, try to not maybe like, poison it and stuff. But the planet will be kind of okay. They're just trying to use that as an excuse to take away your rights. So never forget that a ton of this is a scam. A ton of it is a scam. But it's funny how they're saying the Maldives and Florida, and California, and then Cape Cod or Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket and all these places, the Hamptons. It's crazy.
Closest humanity has come to going extinct, of course. During the Cold War, there were numerous false alarms that could have resulted in mutually assured.
This is true equilibrium, yeah. In certain states, if you collect rainwater, you're fined.
Well, hold on.
Yes, this is true.
Why?
This is true. I forget, but I know it's true. I can look it up right now. I don't know what states and stuff, but this is true.
Because people, that's like a mainstay, like the prepper community, using, rain capture systems, and then using that rainwater, for, gardening, taking care of their lawns, stuff like that. But also, the states want you to pay for their water.
Hang on, yeah. Well, Nestle wants to like monetize water, like where they basically own water. They tried doing that in a state in Michigan, like a town. But I think I found a video that might describe it with maybe even a decent looking broad.
Take our lead. Let's help you make your mark. Our goal is your satisfaction. Let us show you the way.
It's called Why is Collecting Rainwater Legal in Some States?
Municipalities like rain barrels because they take pressure off city water systems.
I'll just read it so it doesn't copyright. The law used to, municipalities like rainwater barrels because they take pressure off the city water systems. But that's municipalities, not rural. The law used to be the only obstacle. Collecting rain was technically illegal in many states because any participation was subject to that strict hierarchy of water rights. Well, that's old shit.
The law used to be the only obstacle. Collecting rain was technically illegal in many states.
Let me actually fast forward this just in case they do some bullshit.
Because any precipitation was subject to that strict hierarchy of water rights stretching back to the mid-1800s. 24 March 2015.
In Arizona, where you need it the most. citizens.
no.
Oh man. This is devolving. This is the thing of de-evolution right here. If you're someone enforcing that, and I hate to say it, but I kind of bet the zoning bullshit, there was a small hat involved. And I'll just leave it at that.
Make your mark, take our lead.
In the state of Arizona, it is legal to collect
I'll just leave
any
it.
rainwater that falls on your property for future use. Rainwater can be harvested in rain barrels or cistern systems that funnel rooftop runoff to water collection tanks. This collected water can be used for many purposes.
Guys, we're using the rainwater no matter what. Even if we don't collect it, we're ultimately using rainwater because of the precipitation and evaporation and all that. What do you bet for California? Probably not.
Make your mark, take our lead.
California, rainwater harvesting coming from your roof is fine in California. No permit from the state board is necessary. However, collecting rainwater for landscaping purposes would require a license point.
Huh?
That's what water is used for, is watering landscaping and stuff. Like, that's what it is. That's February 2019. So this is a part of the de-evolution because Karens come in and want to. I don't know. I don't live around this bullshit. And guess what? Didn't like half a dick ton of California burn to the ground because it's too dry, and they didn't cut dead trees, and they're idiots over there. So and stuff burned. Well, there you go. You make it illegal to collect water for landscaping. What would that do? It would hydrate the plants and make it harder for a goddamn fire to start because it's not just essentially like Tinder. This is de-evolution by law.
2-1 February
This is literally like de-evolution by law.
2019.
I don't know. Can you? We better get permission, guys. We better get some permission to drink water.
Let's help you make your mark.
I don't know why they keep saying that. Let's help you make your mark. Safety of drinking rainwater. There is nothing inherently unsafe or wrong about drinking rainwater as long as it's clean. Because we do a lot of chemtrails and stuff. In fact, many communities around the world depend on rainwater as their primary source of drinking water. That said, not all rainwater is safe to drink, so you better be scared. Why? Because there's acid rain coming down from the shit you know how we douche your crops with Roundup and pesticides? Yeah, that's getting in there. Sorry. We just kind of release some into the air and aluminum and all this bullshit.
Of drinking rainwater. There is nothing inherently unsafe about or wrong with drinking rainwater as long as it's clean. In fact, many communities around the world depend on rainwater as their primary source of drinking water.
You don't say.
That said, not all rainwater is safe to drink. 26 October 2020.
That's why I love my Berkeley water filter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, getting we could maybe even do like a sort of a little bit more of a preparedness thing of stuff that you should start getting because get a gravity fed water filter so you don't need electricity and stuff like that. You can boil water and things like that too. So
Make your mark, take our lead.
shut up.
Here are a few with specific rules governing rainwater harvesting. Alaska. Rainwater harvesting is encouraged in Alaska and considered
Which is funny because Alaska is basically like a rainforest.
a primary source of water. California. Rainwater harvesting coming from your roof is fine in California, Illinois, Louisiana, North Carolina, Oregon, the 21st of February 2019.
Thank you for watching. Please subscribe and hit
Shut up, ho.
Destruction. But the
I
same,
couldn't tell if she was real or AI.
there are 9 countries that have nuclear weapons. Most
Yeah,
of
I
them
think
have
it was,
arsenals in the hundreds, and virtually all of them
was some AI stuff, but like that is there really are some laws like saying stuff like that. It wasn't a state that I lived in, but they had retarded stuff like that. How much they enforce it, I'm not really, quite sure. If you got a home inspector coming and things like that, they can bitch about stuff like that. So, but that's straight up like de-evolution.
Are engaged in either low-boil conflicts or active hot wars. And as the state of the world gets worse, many people wonder if it's only a matter of time. Well, after the Cold War, conversation shifted to nuclear non-proliferation and even disarmament. Things have deteriorated since. No one wants to be the second to last country to give up their nuclear weapons, after all. And while the decline in large-scale conflict in the 1990s led to people calling it the end of history, many of those long-simmering conflicts are heating up again. Countries are issuing heated threats of escalation and even direct threats of nuclear strikes on their enemy on a weekly basis. And even one of those conflicts could create a domino effect that'll make this the last generation. Some of these potential hot wars are unlikely to create nuclear Armageddon, but that doesn't mean that there won't be devastating consequences. North Korea has the smallest nuclear arsenal of the 9. If they attack someone, it's not likely even their ally China would support them, bringing a quick end to their threat and retaliation. Meanwhile, India and Pakistan might be closest to an active nuclear war of any of the potential combatants, regularly getting into small border shooting wars. If one fires a nuclear weapon at the other, there's bound to be retaliation. But their smaller arsenals combined with a focused target means the fallout's unlikely to spread around the world. But
Let me just go to the to this water subject again. Just look at this for a second.
Right now, the Michigan DEQ is deciding whether or not Nestle should be allowed to pump more water out of West Michigan.
And for the first time, Target 8 is taking our own look at the company. Lindsay McComal is here right now after learning a lot more about the billions of dollars
Hi, Lindsay.
they're making off of the Great Lakes state.
Well, Brian and Sue, the billion-dollar company is now asking to pump 400 gallons of water per minute in Osceola County. But that application request with the MDEQ is like deja vu when compared to what they tried to do 15 years ago in Mecosta County, which many people probably don't even know about.
Yeah, I think so. I haven't seen this video, but basically in Michigan, they were trying to essentially own the rights to water. But they're like, okay, but we'll sell the water back to you. It'll be bottled and probably filtered like not even good.
Unless you live in the areas where Nestle pumps their water.
And of course, some idiot commissioners and stuff who are sellout sociopaths, like, oh sure, we'll let you basically rape the land and take all the water from our people because I'll just move away from here and to hell with everyone else.
You probably don't remember the less than warm welcome they received when they set their sights on Michigan spring water. Archived newspaper articles show skepticism to the company's move to open an Ice Mountain bottling plant in Mecosta County, then eventually pumping wells in Morton and Osceola townships. Wood TV was there as the company first unveiled final plans in 2001.
They are solid stewards of their natural resources.
By 2003, the company had permission from the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality to pump 400 gallons per minute from their Morton Township.
That really wasn't what I want. Ooh, geez, sorry, I kind of messed something up. Everyone still here?
Wait, so I'm still in the stream yard. Let me just check to see if the channel's still.
Yeah, I hope it is. It kind of.
Yeah, we're still.
Okay. All right, cool. I hit a back button by mistake. I got to get 2 monitors, to do this the right way. So, let me go back and just check one other thing. And we'll go, let me just share screen and I'll complete. I want to go complete this video. This is what I should do. I should complete this one. So all right, back to your regular scheduled programming.
same can't be said for some of the older conflicts. While the Middle East has one likely
Thanks,
nuclear
guys.
power
I
in Israel and
messed
another
something up.
aspiring one in Iran, that war is likely to be short, brutal, and contained. But when it comes to existential threats to the world, Russia is what makes people the most nervous. Vladimir Putin and his associates,
Daddy Putin,
have made many nuclear threats toward countries that aid Ukraine, which includes the US and fellow nuclear powers France and the UK. But most people consider him likely to be bluffing, and no one's even sure how many of Russia's very old nukes still work, which means the biggest flashpoint might be taking place in the East. While China is usually more cautious with making nuclear threats than Russia is, most geopolitical analysts consider it the far more dangerous conflict. As China continues to expand across the South China Sea and establish military bases, as well as threatening to invade Taiwan, the United States and its allies cut deals with its rivals. Brinksmanship is the order of the day, and all it takes is one itchy trigger finger to start a war that will be very hard to de-escalate. And unlike with Russia, China's military hardware is just as advanced and modernized as the US. But in terms of large-scale disaster, nuclear power might not be the biggest threat. In 2020, most people thought that they were invincible, and then a tiny little microbe proved us wrong. The mass spreading of COVID-19 created dozens of new variants of the virus, and it killed millions worldwide. But despite
so that's another thing of our evolution. Our immune system is junk. We're constantly taking antibiotics all the time. Our gut bacteria is garbage because we're eating poison food with red 40 and stuff in it. We're on antidepressants. We're on Adderall. We're on Lexaho, Effexor. That's what the women take. So we're having all these other issues that we're codependent on certain vitamins. Like part of the reason we're taking so many supplements and stuff because we're just not getting it from the food. Like like when you farm and do the farming process, you're really supposed to like till the earth. Even actually light some of it on fire now and then, like brush and everything like that, so those minerals go back into the ground. Like we don't really have a lot of mineral. We do have some mineral rich soils, but it's not like what it was like 50 years ago, because that's why people are more, most everyone is basically kind of like mineral deficient at all times, whether it's magnesium and other things like that. So it's very common for that. Yeah, don't buy any food that has a barcode on it and stuff. Yeah. And it's not easy to do that. All the stuff that I'm saying, I'm not saying like I have it figured out and stuff, by any means. So I'm not like preaching here.
that it was far from the worst case scenario. As a coronavirus related to the cold virus, COVID-19 was a virus that rarely
But
killed.
I'm just saying, like one virus, even if it was like, it was a big deal, but the way that we responded to it was dog shit. Completely, you couldn't say if there's a medication that begins with you can't say the word ivermectin. You can't say that or look into it or anything. And it, because it might help somebody. There was a lot of sinister stuff going on that, and a lot of people just did like whatever they were told and like, oh, I got to make sure to wash my hands and, which is a good idea, but they didn't take, any vitamin D or anything like that. Or, the CDC was useless. Actually like bad. They didn't tell you to take like, hey, take high dose vitamin C, take high dose vitamin D, zinc, magnesium, those minerals. Do parasite cleanses. No one will do a parasite. I heard in other countries they do parasite cleanses and stuff more. At here we don't really do stuff like that. And in fact, it's a full moon tonight. You're supposed to be doing parasite cleanses when it's a full moon, because that's when they put their eggs and stuff.
Well, here's something funny. So 2020, I moved to DR, and I lived out there for a year. And then I lived in Colombia for 6 months. And I came back to the United States in April of 2022. And I came down with the cough in August of 2022. Now, I spent 2 years pretty much, overseas, drinking, partying,
hanging slores,
cokes, snoring,
no
and
sleep and stuff.
And the only thing I ever got was food poisoning. And then I get back to the United States, and literally within a few months, I catch the cough. And mind you, and when I came back, I was living alone, and I was just going to work, coming home, and going to like Costco and the supermarket. That's all I was doing. I wasn't going out partying, and I was, and it just baffled my mind. How the hell did I catch it?
Yeah.
Its victims, and it got less deadly with future mutations. For the vast majority of people, it resulted in a few miserable days and some unpleasant derailments of life as we know it.
And what had taken the shot due to the shot might devolve us as well, or the concept of vaccinations as well. Part of that is they'll say modern medicine helps you live longer, but it might actually make you weaker, or like, we don't really know. We don't really, know. We haven't done this very long. So, I've seen videos where they're saying, like, morticians and stuff are saying, we keep seeing like freaking spaghetti strings come out of people's veins of these clots and stuff. So, use your own, I'm just saying it's a factor. That's all.
But we might not be so lucky next time. One of the biggest fears about the world today is that the risks of the next great pandemic are only growing. The world is more crowded than ever, giving viruses endless opportunities to jump between animals and humans. On top of that,
because I don't know. I think, I don't know. We're living in smaller spaces where before we're outside more. So if you're outside more, like outdoors more, that kind of it's less closed spaces for germs to be trapped and stuff like that. If you're going into these tiny apartment buildings and office spaces and stuff like that, where you're, that's where more germs and bacteria and things tend to be. Just because it's like an enclosed space. Well, salivating Steve says, I developed an MS-like disease and went blind for 7 days. Wow. After being pressured to do wow. See?
That is terrifying.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Yeah. So, one way a couple things that you can do for that. So I'll finish this video, but I have a couple protocols of some things that you can do to help get whatever that was out of you. You're going to take a lot of MSM and vitamin C, a ton of cilantro, because cilantro is good for pulling heavy metals. In particular, and they're kind of saying they think a lot of heavy metals are in these shots and stuff like that. But then you're going to take something called zeolite. Zeolites are basically kind of like a clay. It's almost like a sand that becomes a clay. And when you start doing that, and zeolite it's a really wonderful thing. It's really called cleneptillolite, but zeolites are like the family of the chemical or mineral or whatever. And it kind of goes around the body like a magnet trying to get mostly metals. And the body can't really get metals out generally on its own. It's kind of called, it's like a chelator. So we can actually I'm going to maybe start doing some on herbs and things like that, because I actually know quite a bit about it. But you can, still continue to, detoxify your body, Steve. Maybe there's still a little bit in there. So we're glad you're good, because we need you to get your eyeballs on this program constantly.
multiple countries are conducting virus research. There's no proof that COVID-19 came from a lab leak, but the awareness of the theory has led many people to call for an end of gain-of-function research.
Did anyone get in trouble for that, guys? Nope. You think RFK is like going to go prosecute people who were testing this stuff and everything? Has RFK done anything to help you with your health? No. Remember that was supposed to be the big thing, Maha, make America healthy again? Dog shit.
That can make viruses deadlier and better at evading vaccines. And if a new virus gets loose, things could go downhill very quickly. While the number of people dying from COVID-19 has dropped massively due to the vaccines, there are more vaccine skeptics than ever before.
Wow.
If a new virus emerged with a 25% fatality rate instead of COVID's 1%, even brief hesitation in containing it could kill.
But like what I'm also saying about the shot is like, so it hasn't even been 10 years. So sometimes these things take a cumulative effect. If it's a toxin or something that you can't get out of your body, sometimes that comes into play later in life, and maybe you pass this on to your kid. So when a woman has a baby and she's breastfeeding it, their body's like detoxification system kicks in and gets the metals out and stuff, kind of like through the milk. But that goes into the kid's brain, basically. And that's kind of where they're thinking a lot of autism actually comes from. Not only that, here's another. Yeah, I actually know kind of a lot about this stuff. But here's another, just one other tangent. Then you can chime in, Seagrip. As far as the de-evolution, which seems like it's evolution, but maybe it's not. It's a mixed bag, but let me just say this. So you come into this world, you're born, right? Like 10 minutes after you're born, what do? They're shooting you with a dick ton of vaccinations. Vaccinations for like hepatitis and stuff like that, and you're an infant. So that is a thing that may be de-evolution, because as soon as the baby's like, I think it's too much, too quick, too fast. It's unnecessary. And it makes, it's kind of like genetically, the nature versus nurture. Well, if the nurture is we're going to shoot you with like how many shots do they give kids now? It's probably like 20. And is taking the polio shot good? Absolutely, yeah. But, I don't know anyone with polio either. So I'm just saying like that is I guess more in the West, more in the modern West, like that's what a lot of it is. And maybe that could be making us perhaps weaker in a sense. What were you going to say, Secret?
See, I was always under the belief system that breastfeeding was important for a baby because that's
it is important. I'm saying this is just a side thing. Yeah.
And so no,
it is important. Okay. Yeah. And it's the probiotics and stuff. So it's not saying breastfeed. I'm just saying like it's a thing that happens because we're not getting the chemicals out of the body, basically. It's like one way that they can do it. So always breastfeed. It's the natural way. There's more like probiotics and bacteria and all this stuff. Don't have the baby formula and stuff like that. I mean, you can. I'm not telling anybody what to do, but I'm just saying, like, don't let that thing that I just said, like, make you not breastfeed your kid,
Yeah, I can see a case where, when, the mother's on all kinds of.
Yeah, baby formula is a good thing to have. Baby formula is an evolution thing, actually. Does help us evolve. Makes, makes kids taller, stronger. It's more nutrients and stuff, so. But it should be probably primarily used as a substitute, not the primary thing.
Yeah, I was a baby formula baby, but that's not a high bar. So oh well.
No.
I jokingly say that's the reason why I got to thank the tetes because I wasn't breastfed as a child. Show me them nipples.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like that heavy metals thing, like I had heard and found out about that, but that's like just not a lot of people. Like that's kind of what an expert was saying when it comes to heavy metals, and just heavy metals tend to be a long-term problem for a lot of people. Like, guess what else? Get you know the fillings you got. What do they put in that filling? A mercury amalgam, leaking mercury into your goddamn jaw and skull and stuff. That's not good. That's not good. A lot of people are depressed because they have these mercury fillings and shit. Get a silver filling because the silver can't have the bacteria. But these small hat dentists will clip the coin and take the silver, pocket the stuff, and put mercury in your teeth. They have mercury fillings. I'm not kidding. And that's a big problem. So that's a de-evolution thing. Yeah.
Millions within weeks. The shock could shatter infrastructure, collapse public services, and unleash a wave of global unrest that might be impossible to contain. And any number of these disasters could lead to the end of humanity, but they might not be needed. Is it likely that humanity will actually go extinct in the next generation? Not exactly.
No, I'm not saying we're going to go extinct and stuff. I'm just saying I think we're all like devolving.
Barring a massive scale disaster we can't predict right now. But that doesn't mean the issues that have people worried are going away. Rather than an extinction event, it's more likely that the birth rate will continue to drop and countries will deal with a rapidly aging population without the people needed to replace them. The result will be societies that dramatically cut.
And by the way, like sometimes this is where innovation comes in, where they, do create a really good answer to the solution, or new invention, a new form of like a new paradigm thing where it's a new electricity, a new internet, a new, something.
See, I like to think that it may make government be more fiscally responsible because now it's going to be harder to, pay for and justify all of these social safety nets. As the tax base, diminishes, I think it's going to force governments to
they're going to have to incentivize it because
to become more conservative.
Become more
family
conservative.
Values.
But certain people with small hat will do anything to not shovel their own driveway. So they have to incentivize it for you because they won't do stuff like that. They'll do, you know what I mean? So eventually it's going to be like, oh, well, you just have to be self-sufficient now. They're going to say, oh, no. I'm not doing all my stuff. Other people have to do it for me. So that is where they will have to incentivize it a lot more.
Yep.
Just to do any basic infrastructure.
I also think governments and countries would have to rely more on negotiation, conflict resolutions, because you're not going to be able to throw people.
Being efficient and not just wasting everything. And
exactly.
We can't have the bullshit jobs anymore, guys. You're going to actually have to provide value and service. And you can't have a pretend bullshit job. Like that would be, so I wouldn't mind that because I'm not worried about it. And even if my job or industry doing tree work and stuff, like even if that got taken away, I would still know that I would find other ways to bring value or create value or add value. A lot of people don't do that. They just view it as you go to work and you kind of go home and you don't like you're just a zombie. You know what I mean? Like they don't care about their work or their contribution. They're just trying to like just I don't know, just let the day go by. In fact, a lot of the people who are successful like create negative value a lot of times. Look at the top CEOs of the health insurance companies. They're just trying to tell you how to deny as much as possible. In fact, he's kind of my friend, but really my friend's friend that I loosely know. He's getting a job in my town where he's going to start. I told him to like basically create an Eric Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO chatbot thing, because he's going to be like making AI programs for like an insurance company. And like, what's an insurance company's incentive? To tell you no. Nope, that's not covered. Nope, you need to pay more. Nope, we found this one little thing you did wrong, so therefore you're good. Bye. So that's coming too. Insurance devolves us.
Back on their benefits, with the young taking the biggest hit as they face a future with austerity as the order of the day. And when people have no hope, things rarely go well for people in charge. Most extinctions don't happen in a hurry, due to some big event. Even for most of the animals that went extinct within living memory, they weren't wiped out by a decade of active hunting parties. Many, like the Tasmanian tiger, were a part of the ecosystem for centuries, and they saw their habitat shrink and shrink until it was impossible to survive in the wild. And then they found themselves in zoos, living relics of a population that used to exist, until the very last one died out.
So here's another thing about zoos and this whole thing that also links animal to men. And I would say, including me, I have this mindset. An animal in a zoo does not want to reproduce the way it does and when it's in the wild. It kind of knows it's in a zoo. It can tell that it's trapped, and it doesn't kind of want to bring new babies into it. They kind of have to like force them to reproduce. And I kind of feel like that in this world, where I kind of feel like, you know, we are sort of in a cage a bit. We are kind of, there's just more laws, more stress coming your way, more uncertainties and things like that are coming in. So I don't really feel the desire to say like, oh, I need to have a kid and to keep everything going. I'm like, you know, I kind of think, you know, I don't want my kid to just become a zoo animal, basically. So some of these zoo animals actually really experience that. Similar to Red Door can bring this up. I think certain like Native Americans and stuff, when they were like meant to be a slave, that they'd actually, their body like started shutting down and they started to like die because they just didn't want to do it and stuff. I don't know if it's a spiritual thing linked to it or something like that. So that could be a factor as well.
Activity. That's not going to happen to us, but it might feel like it. Population declines tend to be snowball effects. If the decline doesn't reverse itself, it's likely that each generation will make the same choice that the one before did.
Thanks for being here,
it'll
guys.
Have less and less children. This will mean more resources for the people who do populate the Earth, but it'll also mean fewer people to maintain the infrastructure for farming, technology, and everything else that makes life on Earth in its current form possible. Millennials started the ball rolling, and Gen Z seems to be pushing it further down the hill. But what about the next generation on deck? Gen Alpha's relationship habit.
And a lot of the so from a different standpoint, a lot of the younger people they're maybe competent in tech, but they're incompetent in like a ton of other stuff. They don't know how to use a screwdriver. They don't know. They're like scared of the outside world. Like I said, the lady's like, that turkey might get my baby. It's like, what? Are you retarded? Like, just let the turkey do what it's going to do. It's not going to like get your kid. If anything, your kid's is a little sociopath like you are, going to torture it or something. But the, you know, they're like, we don't have a lot of competence of, I don't know. Could you build something? Could you cut a piece of wood? Could you, you know, cut a tree down, or could you, do some, can you move? Like, here's the thing that I've seen. Like, I've seen some people who are like tech people, but like when they go to like move like their house and stuff, like they don't know how to like move an object, how to like strap something down or do anything that's like, you know, sort of kind of like basic stuff like that. Like they're cooked when something like that happens. Things, small things like that
are still an unanswered.
So I would consider that a de-evolution. And part of that is the goddamn boomers come in and they screwed a lot of us up too.
Question. After all, the oldest
they're not really setting a great example here.
Of them are still in middle school. However, what we know doesn't look good for a return to normalcy when it comes to dating.
Like the boomers' parents would have everything, you know, it'd be much better. So, but that's a different, you know, that's a little.
Marriage and raising a family. The generation is being raised up on technology, many growing up with an iPad in their hands from the moment they can sit up. They're comfortable with AI, with remote schooling, and with multiplayer gaming. What they are not as comfortable with is in-person interaction. That means the struggles the younger generations have with meeting that special someone are only going to accelerate, unless something changes. More and more school districts are trying to reverse.
Well, look, like Memphis Tiger alumni 14 put, millennials only got the ball rolling because the women fell for feminism and thought it was smart to wait until 30s to have kids. Many of them are having regrets about it now. That's the nurture. There's nature and then nurture. Society, the nurture, the external input was programming them, images, magazines, articles, making it seem cool, telling you to be 304. A ton of this is actually orchestrated. And then once you hit, the beauty of it is once you have a little bit of them orchestrated like that, they believe it and then police others for doing it and stuff. So, but again, that is part of the de-evolution where they actually, the women picked to do that because, you know, it's a little bit more of a woman's choice in my mind. So, but the women picked to do that as well. So I'm saying ultimately it was still their choice.
The trend, removing cell phones and other technology from the classroom and sometimes from the school as a whole. But it might be too late for the brains of Gen Alpha.
Yeah, these kids are going to be cooked. They're going to be watching Corn on this and like shooting. They're going to do like whatever, like, you know what they're going to do? They're going to have like a video game of like Hunter Biden's like tapes. And it's just going to be holding a gun to a 304's head, doing kinky shit. And they're going to be playing a game like this in a headset thing.
Which have been immersed in this tech since moment one. So all eyes are on Generation Beta. The first are just being born in 2025.
This may be the biggest beta generation. Who knows?
According to some analysts, which means they're a blank slate. When people ask if this is the last generation, this is the group they're thinking of. Which means it's probably time for the older generations to figure out what kind of world they are going to live in. There's just one problem with that. Have you ever tried to get the different generations to agree on anything? Analysts agree that without major changes, the birth rate freefall won't stop. To reverse it, the next generation...
I don't know. I'd say some millennial and Gen X, sort of agree on stuff.
...needs a world where they can actually imagine building lives and families without it feeling like an impossible gamble. But they all have different solutions, and they're all likely to be standing in the way of any they don't agree with. And in a world where no one can agree on the cure, the clock keeps ticking on the crisis. If the next generation really might be our last, it's worth looking at how we got here. Watch Every Generation Explained in 10 minutes to see the bigger picture of humanity's story. Or click on this video.
Yeah, let me go to... here we go. Now, here, this is here's a Nestle one. Because I kind of wanted to touch on this water thing again.
Michigan, a state surrounded by water, is drowning in controversy. For years, Nestle, the world's largest beverage company, has bottled Michigan's water next to nothing and sold it at great profit. Now, the state has greenlit the company's request to pump even more, despite widespread opposition. And all Nestle has to pay for these millions of gallons of water it gets a year is $200. And this in a territory where Native American tribes have treaty rights.
There is a perception around the world that Nestle goes into poor communities with lax regulations, entices them with the promise of jobs, and then takes their water, sells it back to them at a profit.
We have to go where the water's at.
What do you think?
Of course, yeah.
Nestle should do?
Go home to Switzerland.
Cool music.
We're walking up to see the White Pine Springs well, where Nestle pumps 250...
Maybe she's a little native. I'll get a little native with her.
...gallons of water a minute that it bottles under its Ice Mountain brand. Despite massive opposition, Michigan has just
I'll give her the tomahawk.
approved Nestle's request to increase that amount to 400 gallons of water
I'll give her my totem pole.
a minute. And all Nestle has to pay for these millions of gallons of water it gets a year is $200.
If she speaks up too much, I'll turn into Chief Slap-a-Ho. Oh!
Which locals here are furious about.
You are on a roll.
For over 30 years. He and Peggy Case are members of Michigan Citizens for Water Conservation, an organization that's been fighting Nestle for nearly 2 decades.
So we're looking at Nestle's well over there.
That's Nestle's White Spring well.
And it's fenced off because obviously we cannot even get close to it.
You can get within 20 feet.
Since 2005, Nestle has extracted more than 3.4 billion gallons of water from Michigan. The state doesn't charge extraction fees for water like it does for oil and gas. And because Nestle owns this land, the company can take as much water as it wants for a $200 a year permit fee, if there's no harm to the environment. But locals here say the damage is clear.
Well, this is supposed to be the headwaters of Chippewa Creek.
Where it starts.
Where this creek begins. According to Nestle, there should be water here. Don't see much.
In order to grant Nestle's request to pump 400 gallons per minute, the state required the company to run its plan through a computer model, which determined there would be an adverse impact on the environment. But Michigan's Department of Environmental Quality, or DEQ, overruled those findings.
Yeah, so DEQ is going to be where the bullshit comes in. That's going to be where it's some board member, council idiots who are a paid off lobbyist shill. Type of thing like that. Is she from India? I don't know.
And instead relied on data provided by Nestle
just from
to push
Indiana.
the permit through. The final hurdle was a public comment period, during which the DEQ was flooded with more than 80,000 comments against Nestle's request and only 75 in favor. But they approved it anyway.
Why are you opposed to what Nestle's doing here?
Well, we're opposed to bottled water, and we're opposed to privatizing water. They're taking the water, putting it in plastic bottles.
Yeah, the plastic bottles makes a big problem too, all over the place. Things like that.
Selling it outside of
plastic bottles too. Also, leach in like things like BPA and stuff. Things like that.
The watershed and making a huge profit off of water that doesn't belong to them. The water belongs to the people.
Locals we spoke to accuse Nestle of trying to cover up traces of environmental damage by offering to replace local infrastructure, like this culvert, where water markings show how levels have dropped significantly over time.
So the water used to be up that high, now it's this low.
2 feet higher.
Okay.
Which would have placed it up above the stones here.
So you guys, Michigan Citizens for Water Conservation, made noise about how you can tell the water has gone down. And right away, they offered to replace the structures?
At the next public meeting, they made that offer.
Do you want them to do that?
No.
Why?
Because it would destroy this evidence here.
The fight for resources in this region goes back centuries. Desmond Berry is a tribal citizen of the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians. A treaty dating back to 1836 gives the tribe rights to the land and water in this area. The tribe spent more than a year.
So, she's got some cakes too. I kind of like her, but I don't like her if she's from India. I gotta just be honest about it. Couple of things here. Number one, from this area, there's a this area in the world, this like Michigan type area. There's a guy who I really liked called Chief Tecumseh, and he actually tried to kind of fight America. Like he tried to like work with, the colonists and stuff, but he saw that he sucked. So he was trying to actually fight against them, but he was trying to work with the court system and all that. And he has a lot of really good sayings and stuff, and was a pretty cool guy. He didn't say this. I don't think that he said this, but this is completely relevant to right now. He's like, there will become a day when you learn that you cannot eat money. So like that's kind of, that's an evolution thing too. There's gonna come a day when you realize that you cannot eat money.
Lobbying the DEQ against Nestle.
Our treaty rights are under threat by Nestle, a corporation that proposes to withdraw groundwater at unprecedented levels, which will have an effect upon surface waters within our treaty-ceded territory, where our way of life is dependent upon access to those treaty-reserved resources, such as fisheries, such as wildlife, plants, animals.
Have you seen that happen so far?
We've seen that happen in this area. Where we're standing right now, we should probably be in knee-deep water, and we're not.
And who's at fault for that?
Nestle's at fault for that, because about 2,000 yards behind us is their well.
Nestle operates
Wow.
several well fields across Osceola and Mecosta counties, including the White Pine Springs well.
So another reason I wanted to bring this up is that I don't know how data centers work, but I know that they do use water for cooling, but maybe they can recycle that cooling. No, I think she's an Indian from Indiana.
Opponents say the surface waters of the two local creeks and river are suffering as a result. The water Nestle extracts gets pumped to the small town of Everett and then trucked to the Ice Mountain factory in Stanwood, where it's bottled and sold all over the Midwest.
And why do we have all the bottled water over the Midwest? Because the water that comes out of your tap is usually dog shit. Flint, Michigan, fluoride filled, lead pipe filled, heavy metal filled with birth control, BPA, petrobenzol, all this shit. And you should drink it from a glass bottle instead of plastic. So they're just taking your water and pimping it out to you again. When a lot of these people would just say, like, no, I can just actually go to my sink and fill up my Stanley cup and shit like that.
For years, critics have accused the company of exploiting lax water laws in economically depressed areas. Jobs. That's what this tiny town of Everett had hoped for.
They're not going to get, what's the job? A guy installs a pump like once, checks it now and then, and the bottling plant's mostly automated, and a guy with a truck drops it off at a few places. It's not a lot of jobs at all. They tell you jobs are created all the time. Like AI is going to do the same thing. AI is not necessarily going to give a ton of new jobs. At the data center, when they build the data center initially and do the excavation work and make the road in and the surveyors, yeah, that's some jobs, but that goes away. After that, it's just maintained by a small crew of people, a skeleton crew. Even if you buy water in a glass bottle, the filters contain microplastics. Yeah.
44% of residents here live below.
These guys right here, they say the N-word. These guys use the hard R right here.
Residents here live below the poverty line, but it's rich in water. And for over a decade, Nestle has been purchasing a lot of that water from two of the town's municipal wells. City manager Zachary
She may have like a full Cherokee bush down there, though.
Zakas credits Nestle for saving his town. How much water are they getting from this well?
500 gallons per minute.
And what are they paying for that?
$3.50 per thousand.
That sounds like a good deal for Nestle.
It's a great deal, but
yeah, because some soulless sellout made a deal to get it that way. Probably if you go down the street and some other guy's water bill is more than like Nestle will pay.
You just got to think of everything that Nestle has to do to get that water produced. They have to maintain this well. This well, to replace it, would be almost $1 million.
Yeah. Another thing too that's actually important is water holds memory. Let me see if I can get a picture of it. Water like can hold like a memory and intention. So like there's like a Japanese scientist, water scientist, water. Yes. Okay. I want you to keep this in mind as well. I just want you to just play with this idea. I think this video should cover it. But speaking of water, I'm gonna have a little bit of alcohol and water. I'm gonna start getting lit, I think, tonight. Does human thoughts and emotions have any impact on water? Okay. Yeah, I think we kind of know that it does. But Nestle, a giant corporation that is willing to take water from everybody, and I think Nestle does a lot of bad stuff in like Africa and stuff like that. Like Nestle exploits people. They do. I know in Africa they've used kid labor, and they're fine with that. I know my friend's mother worked at the Nestle factory in Russia, and they said that it kind of sucked. I think it was a coffee factory. So it's not the greatest corporation, really. And Nestle has a dick ton of power. But I just want you to think, Nestle, if anything, is going to, like we said with the halal foods and stuff like that, do you think they're going to, put love into it or something? Or they're going to, do something fucked up with it? Like, that's another thing. When we have our food in these big supply chains and like it happen, like water is in food as well. So if we have a soup made, if you go into somebody's house and it's a grandma and she makes you a coffee and like some cookies and stuff that like she made, and it's way better because she's like made it, it's a home cooked meal, she made it with love and stuff. If you're doing mass production of stuff, they can kind of curse it and prey on it. This is what they do in the music industry. So the music industry, when they get the master tape, so after they've recorded it and they tweaked it and they got the equalizer and all that, I've heard that they bring that tape into these like record executive places and like satanically prey on it to try to get that like intention into that music that then you hear. And we've heard it before where you go to play like a record backward and stuff and it's saying all this like demonic stuff. So these things can have a big influence. And and part of why I'm saying that, if that water just came out of the earth, that creek back there, where it should have came out, and it's just getting the regular sunlight, it's got all the nature with it and stuff, it's more like from the creator or something, I guess. Now this water is being like modified and given to you, and they probably use a dog shit filter. They better show the real pictures too. This is kind of like an AI video, but I think they're going to have like, more of the real microscope pictures.
Yeah, this is too esoteric for me.
No, it's just science. I'm bringing in part of esoteric part into it, but this video kind of sucks for it. Let me actually get out of it. Here, this might be, wait, that's the one I just saw. Sorry about that. Yeah, listen to the science. Listen to what he says. Watch this. You can listen to.
This video is in association with Gun.
Is water able to rise through the trunks of gigantic trees against tens of atmospheres of pressure?
Hang on.
In a seed, for example, it reaches 4.
Let me go back to just show you. Okay, here we go. This is so when the water was like the intention is put into it and stuff, it forced. Let me go back to. Sorry, I got impatient. Water we drink and use as memory. Kind of why people used to pray over their food and stuff. And these are the real pictures that I was trying to find. Look at that. It's like a goddamn like lizard's eye. Look at that. Thank you, aka sort of gratitude. But I want you to notice a few things too. See how this is a structured water more with it's more geometric. And thank God it didn't turn into some goddamn small hat thing almost. How crazy would that be if it turned into something like that? So you know, it's a thing that's a subtle influence, but you know, it's just think about. It's similar too to how like every snowflake is different. Yeah. So it's also shown when you play heavy metal music around like plants and stuff like that, that they tend to die a lot sooner than if you were to play like Mozart and other things like that. And it maybe it's influencing the plant, but it might also be the water within the plant too. So that was a side tangent to go back to our little Navajo hoe.
Well, $1 million, one could argue, is a drop in the bucket compared to their profits.
Oh, it could be. It could be.
So what is in it for the city of Everton?
The revenue we generate annually from them.
How much is that?
I just looked at the numbers for 2017. Basically, we generated $313,000.
Is that significant for a city like ours?
Oh, it's major for a city like ours.
Despite hopes, Nestle never built a factory ever. The few jobs that exist here are at the transfer station, where water pumped from wells gets trucked to the Ice Mountain plant.
That's what I said, the few jobs. It's not going to be many. But this is actually one thing that's cool about Michigan. When I went there, look how many tires this truck has. They're allowed to load the hell out of their stuff there. They can take huge stuff there. That's not like that in most other places. Usually like a triaxle. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 rear axles.
40 minutes away. Instead, Nestle helped finance things like new softball fields, a state fairground, and a new well. Did Nestle effectively buy out your town?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I'm not trying to push any narrative here, guys. That's just a side tangent that I think is something to think about. That's all. Like, you know, they say it's like saying, oh, that thing has bad juju, which really just means bad Jew is really what that comes down to.
What you're right about that.
I mean, they
have not bought out our town. All they're doing is purchasing spring water from us.
Okay, you're a shill. Look, yeah, see, he has the shirt on for the company. This guy is a shill. This guy is a typical boomer, doesn't give a shit. doesn't even care about the environment. He's like, I just want to make a little more money. Materialism is this guy's god. Nothing is sacred to him, and that's pretty much it. That's his archetype. This guy wants you to go. By the way, this guy wants you to go to blow the shit out of like either Iran or stuff like that. Probably loves Palantir. This guy is a simp.
It's frustrating. We're not like puppets.
But Everett residents Marianne Borden and her daughter Rhonda feel differently.
Okay, they built new softball diamonds across the street from us, but we already had softball diamonds over at the fairgrounds. I mean, the things that they say they've given us, and maybe.
Oh well, so what they do, they you know, yeah, they do some like, hey, we're making a community center for your guys, and it's a gym with 2 treadmills or some baseball diamond. It's the Nestle baseball diamond. You sheep.
Maybe they're a little nicer, but we already had.
And you want to know why they picked to do a baseball diamond instead of a football field, soccer field? A baseball diamond is in the shape of the Freemason symbol. And I will just leave it at that. That's what a baseball diamond is. It's basically the shape of the Freemasonic symbol.
Those things.
Marianne has.
And by the way, a lot of these guys, like this guy here, Mr. Watered Down Simp, this guy is probably a Freemason. This guy 100% is probably a Freemason. In fact, we'll see his hands if he's going to wear a ring, because that's who his brotherhood is, and will do like what they want, their agenda and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised. Would it shock you that there's a couple Freemasons in Nestle? Probably not, you know, so keep that in mind as well.
But Everett residents Marianne Borden and her daughter Rhonda feel differently.
Okay, they built new softball diamonds across the street from us, but we already had softball diamonds over at the fairgrounds.
Yep, yeah, exactly.
I mean, the things that they say they've given us, and maybe they're a little nicer, but we already had those things.
Marianne has lived in this home since 1953. Her 2 children grew up here playing.
And they're not living in the greatest town either. If this was some like, you know, rich community in LA, they would say hell no.
In this backyard creek. They claim they've witnessed noticeable changes since Nestle came to town. What
the
should
creeks and stuff were probably the only good thing about some of these shithole towns.
Be a cold water stream where trout thrive is now warmer, narrower, and more
Yeah,
shallow.
do you want to live near that shit? No.
So what do you think is going on?
I live at a lake.
Well, somebody is sucking the water out of my creek.
Spending time on it.
And who do you think that somebody is?
I think that somebody is Nestle.
Have.
And they'll say, well, you can't prove that. However, they are the only large corporation that is sucking water out of my stream by the millions of gallons that has moved into my township.
Nestle agreed to speak to us at their Ice Mountain plant in Stanwood.
Of course, they're going to be all friendly. But look at all the jobs. See all the jobs here? There's no one here. This is what I was trying to say. This is, so you see this here, this image. Oh, look at all the jobs here. There's a lot of jobs. They're going to providing jobs. And a ton of them are actually fake jobs. First off, there's going to be a lot of the administration jobs that are fake. Now, take this. I want you to take this right here and replace it in your mind with the AI data center. That's the new thing. That's coming. That's what will happen. And it's still going to actually probably require water to cool shit. But it's not like in a Ford assembly line where they're saying, here, you put the wheels on, or you put the axles on, and you put the lug nuts on and the wheels, and then it goes to get the frame welded and shit. Like, that's not happening. It's not going to happen. If anything, even this will become even more automated and actually less jobs. The ideal company that they could have, that Nestle could have, is a company that functions with virtually like no employees at all, no human being employees at all, except like the shareholders. So that's like, you know, what they're not wrong for wanting to do that either, per se, but that's just what's going to happen.
It's actually a scary thought. AI CEOs, AI board of directors.
Yeah, that's coming. And by the way, the AI might actually be better than your sociopathic boss, too. That doesn't have to serve as. That's probably how they'll pitch it to you. You know, the sociopathic CEO that they made like eat the woman's ass and stuff. Did you see that, Secret?
No.
There's a banking CEO who made. Let me see if it's on the Discord here. Basically, there was like a banking CEO that let me look it up right now. There was a banking female CEO, kind of hot too, actually, that was like making the guy be like a sex slave and stuff like that.
Whoa.
And so what I'm trying to say is, in some case, this is how they'll probably pitch it. Well, they're going to say like, well, the AI doesn't, it kind of has its own agenda a little bit, but like maybe it's actually not going to be sociopathic to you, you know, as someone else. Let me find this woman here. Or excuse me, let me look for it in the Discord. So let me play this, and I'll find it.
The company reportedly sold more than $343 million of Michigan water under its Ice Mountain and Pure Life labels. But that's just a fraction of its worldwide footprint. Headquartered in Switzerland, Nestle has over 8,500 brands in at least 80 countries. Arlene Anderson Vincent.
80 countries, guys. 80. That's what I'm trying to tell
Why do
you.
you think there was so much local opposition to Nestle increasing its pumping there?
We have lots of strong partnerships with residents and local businesses and business leaders. I don't know if I'm not sure how much local opposition that there is.
Well, I'll give you an example. We filmed several people I spoke to who were standing on the side of the road and fishing trout. And we say, how's the fishing going? One man literally said, well, I don't catch as many thanks to Ice Mountain. What do you say to him?
The science just doesn't show that.
Yeah, because you're a sellout boomer, crow-faced hoe. Let me show you this. Right here.
Surfaced inside one of the world's biggest banks, and it involves claims of abuse of power, sexual misconduct, and
JP Horgan
racial harassment.
Oh, the video was almost 304. That would have been cool.
A JP Morgan executive, Lorna Hajdini, has been accused in a lawsuit of sexually harassing and abusing a junior male employee. According to reports, including one by the Daily Mail citing the lawsuit, Hajdini is accused of drugging the employee, subjecting him to racial abuse. And
look at this. So maybe the AI is better than this sociopathic 304. Glamorous JP Morgan exec accused of turning married male broker into her office sex slave. Claims of Viagra spiking and litany of obscene force acts that made him cry. Like, you know, it's not acceptable. Is she kind of hot? Yeah, but this is still wrong.
Threatening his career when he resisted her advances. The complainant, pseudonymized in the lawsuit as John Doe, claims the alleged abuse began almost immediately after they started working together in the spring of 2024, and then the sexual advances became increasingly explicit. The lawsuit further claims that Hajdini invited him for drinks, and when he refused, she allegedly threatened his career.
And she said, F you, don't F with me. F me soon. I'm going to ruin you. Never forget I effing own you. So, you know.
Whoa. Can you imagine a man saying that?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Whoa.
So this again, high up at JP Morgan, we're managing your printed money. We want to see you succeed. This is, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this is okay, cool. Well, hey,
even HW wasn't that extreme and that you know, reckless.
Bill Clinton was a loving diddler.
It was the closest thing that the White House ever had to a Southern gentleman.
So let's go and play it. So again, remember, we're linking this to Nestle as well,
saying she could ruin him
and the AI and stuff,
and that she owned him.
as usual.
Doe has also accused her of making repeated sexual propositions, including requests for oral sex, and using racially charged language during these interactions.
Oh, okay.
He alleges that she threatened,
which is kind of hot,
to block his promotion unless he complied with her demands. The complaint goes further, alleging that Hajdini admitted to drugging him with so-called roofies on multiple occasions. He claims he was subjected to non-consensual and humiliating sexual acts over several months, despite repeatedly asking her to stop. According to the lawsuit, one such incident involved her
they said racial, so I think he's
a brother. I think he's a brother.
Oh my goodness!
No,
I think
go ahead.
No, sorry, you go ahead, Secret.
So she was like, "If you don't give me that big ninja,"
yeah.
Whoa.
Actually, so I heard a couple of things about this. I believe the guy in question was an Indian.
Ooh,
I think he's Indian.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that
sounds like he got sandbagged. Oh, he was experiencing misandry in the workplace. Oh.
Well, that explains the crying because I can't picture a brother crying.
Not only can he munch a carpet, he can make a carpet. Oh,
my God. Wow, man.
allegedly berating him when he cried during a sexual act performed.
Maybe she just was asking him to curry a favor.
Oh, I see what you did there.
The complainant also alleges that she insulted his wife racially during one encounter. The suit states that he complied out of fear that she would act on her threats and damage.
You actually go back and read what they're doing, so I make sure to pause it.
Yeah, I've already heard. I'm not trying to be a buzzkill or nothing. I actually heard that this has been debunked.
Oh, we haven't been looking into that. We just did this as a side tangent. Covering something else. So basically, we're talking about something else, and I had brought up this example, like saying, like, Nestle is going to be, the heads of Nestle are sociopaths and stuff, and like here's another example of it here. And so it's just like a side tangent. So we'll complete the video. But even if this is debunked, the behavior like this, well, the behavior, the sociopathy of it is the issue.
I totally agree. I mean, don't even get me started on freaking Nestle, man. Don't get me freaking started.
Yeah. Well, we're not like so. I'll just finish this
encounter.
We'll go back.
Yeah.
The suit states.
Oh, wait. I want to read, the stuff. I bet your little Asian fish head wife doesn't have these cannons. This is a giant 304. Look at that.
Wow. Who would have thunk it? A racist 304.
Wow,
oh, wait, I forgot. She's making a comment about an Asian woman. It doesn't count as racism. It's not an election. Oh, wait, no, it is an election year. It is racism.
One encounter.
It's only race. No, that's the
rule.
JP
Morgan was an honorable man. The Morgan family was an honorable family. Remember? JP Morgan basically would go to like oil companies and stuff like that and say like, hey, like, I want to buy your company. They'll say, no, I have my small operation here. This is my business. I like it. I get a good, life here. He says, okay, if you don't say yes, I'm going to open a business across the street from you and sell it for half the price until you run out of it. And he would do that and do stuff like that. So it's kind of like light. It's capitalistic mafia type stuff.
Yeah, it's like he goes up to them and says, fine, I'm going to drink your milkshake.
Yeah.
I had to do it. Someone had to do it.
I effing own you. I will make you pay. Do you think you're going to be in good standing with your corporate overlords, you simp loser, or she didn't say that. If you don't have me in your corner, you really think the management wants some brown boy Indian leading the orientations? If you don't, F my brains out tonight, I'm going to sabotage your promotion.
He complied
So-
out of fear that
Was this via text or something?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
she would act on her threats and damage his career. It also alleges that the incidents escalated into direct sexual assault over time. The complainant has also accused JP Morgan of enabling her behavior.
Yeah, because they're sociopaths. They love it. This is how she actually gets promoted. And you think she didn't F the other coworkers to get her position? Are you high? Of course she did. Guys, they're sociopaths managing your printed money. It's bad. It's bad. This is part of the de-evolution that I'm talking about.
The company has denied the allegations. A spokesperson for JP Morgan said that
They're
after
going to have good lawyers.
an internal investigation,
And a team of lawyers, they will fight you for like 20 years. And not
it does
even
not
care.
believe there is any merit to these claims. The spokesperson also stated that while several employees cooperated with the investigation, the complainant declined to participate and did not provide key details to support his case. Lorna Hajdini, who is 37 years old, graduated from the Stern
She probably had the baby rabies.
School of Business at New York University. She has been with JP Morgan since 2011, rising from analyst to vice president in 2018, and then to executive director for...
Because she was taking in all the holes all the time to get to that position. Do you think this woman got there because of skill or being a deviant?
Yes.
Okay, that's yeah.
Well, no, I mean, all right,
yeah.
dude. The answer. She has a bit now. Okay, so this is complicated. Now, she is a broad, but she's white, but she does have a certain amount of influence as well. So when you throw all that to get together with the how do you do, it makes perfect freaking sense.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
I'm saying she could have started off with the freaking male girl and just sucked her way to the top. She not only knows how to succeed, she knows how to succeed. Oh,
looking at this woman, looking at her face, this looks like a nepo baby. She knows somebody. She's related She's related to somebody that gave her an office. Yeah. She did not work her way. She did not work her way to the top.
Yeah, she went to Ivy League school and got in there, and now she's just doing anything to put herself first because materialism is her god, and she needs more money for that and the status. Like that's more important than anything.
I'm willing to bet that her dad or her uncle or somebody had some connections at JP.
Yeah,
that's how it works. I can't really prove this, but I'm of the firm opinion that when it comes to upper management at these big level investment firms, you don't hear stories about people who started at the bottom and worked their way to the top. That's the stuff of movies. If you do not have the connections, if you're not on a first name basis with the people who matter, you're not going anywhere.
Not only was she on a first name basis, she took their member in their mouth probably all the time.
Wouldn't surprise me. It would not.
The old Kamala Harris technique and stuff.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. But again, if she knows people, that would not be needed because these people, they look out for themselves. They look out for themselves and they want to keep it within their own personal circles. The only exception that I could think of would be during like the great unpleasantness of 2020 when DEI hires were going through the freaking roof and you had like all of these unqualified people getting into these positions. Now, to be fair, they were not given positions of authority. They were just given high-paying, illusory positions where they would show up and answer some email. Yeah, they answer
bullshit job.
Yeah, it was a fake job. They'd answer like 5 or 6 emails. They'd go to like 5 or 6 Zoom meetings, and they would get paid a boatload of printed subsidized money, compliments of Unky Sam.
And the meetings are about nothing except like the meeting is about setting up a meeting. That then
And it's all
we'll discuss whatever we're not even going to do, whatever we try to like have someone else do for us. That's like what they're doing.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you've got plenty of multi-syllable words, because the more multi-syllable words you use, the more smart you sound and the more important you sound, because only smart people know syllabalisms.
Yeah. Yeah.
Leveraged finance in 2021. Her LinkedIn profile lists her as based in New York. This case.
So I kind of want to get back to what I was talking about, but that was a side thing for Seagrip. But I want to go back to this image right here that I was looking at.
So is Nestle still siphoning water from the Great Lakes? Is that still a thing?
I think they're trying to do it again, but I was talking about like basically I'm asking the question like are we like devolving? And we've talked about somehow it's led to water for just one of the tangents.
Well, I mean, honestly, when you think about it, I mean, that's a perfect segue. I mean, when you saying we are devolving, are you asking like as a species, as a society, like how do you mean with that?
Multi-level. So I meant like first off, as are we devolving as an organism, mammals, just a species as mammals?
Yes.
Take away countries, borders, everything like that. That's one level to it. Are we devolving through the current society? Maybe that's open to debate. Are we devolving?
Well, we are
mentally, spiritually, morally, and stuff, which we just saw that CEO. Yeah, kind of. Will the tech make us devolve more and stuff? So we've been asking like many questions. I wanted to do the water and the food. Baby deletion is also a thing. Like, is that a part of de-evolution? Things like that. So we've water became one of them, but Nestle is basically trying to like own water, and I'm calling that de-evolution.
No,
like it's bad.
No, the former CEO of Nestle, he took over. I believe he took over Klaus Schwab's position at the World Economic Forum, and he has gone on record saying that having access to potable drinking water is not a human right. He went on record saying that.
Yeah, no,
that is insanity. No, Nestle wants to have a monopoly on drinking water. That is pretty much a company saying, we own you. Yeah. We have more license on your own life and your own decisions.
And your planet and stuff too. We pimped it out to you again.
We own you.
Right.
We own you, and we're going to prove it by taking your water away from you. That's not de-evolution. That's demonic.
Yeah.
Like, that is insanity.
Yeah.
It's also
but the species
diabolical.
had a soul that is de-evolution too, in a sense. As species as a whole, I guess, as mammals.
Yeah. The thing is, now, so you go ahead, Seagrip.
Yeah, it's also diabolical because you're literally paying pennies on the dollar, something that is generally free and something that's required for human life. We can only go 3 days without water, and you're turning it into millions and millions of dollars in profit.
Yep.
Which none of it goes to the community. And that's when I showed you that factory, how I told you that factory is going to have like 5 employees in it. That's why I showed you. That's how somehow we got onto the CEO.
That has moved into my township.
Because this is why I said it, because the ideal company for the shareholders to have is it'll have just like 1 employee and 0, overhead and any costs or anything like that. They don't want to give you guys jobs.
No,
they're just trying to sell it to you as a benefit.
Yeah, that's why they have that's why these companies they have like hundreds of fake job postings on.
But like this is what I was saying here. Like this company is going to have like no one at it, but I want you to think this is what the new data center will be. Take the water thing out. This is what a data center will be. A data center will have a few techs to do stuff, but ultimately they want the data center just to be fully running itself.
Yeah, they'll probably have like one guy whose job it is just to punch in, maybe walk around the floor like 4 or 5 times a week. So he's caught, and 4 or 5 times a day. So he's caught on camera, but hangs out at a desk, watches YouTube, plays Call of Duty or whatever, and probably gets paid a boatload of money to do it.
Exactly.
Like that's going to be a Nepo baby job.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what will happen at these bottling plants. So it's jobs. They're like, no, it's not really. Once the pump, is in, I know. Like once the pump is in, they have all like it's not too crazy just to bottle water on its own.
Yeah, it's all automated.
Yeah,
I mean, you would think that if this was such an important job with all of this bottling, you would have like hundreds of people doing quality control, checking the machines, making sure that everything is running smoothly. But no, we got like, either they cleared out an entire factory's worth of people.
They didn't. I was saying, I was saying this before they were even going to show the factory because it's like,
fucking eerie.
This is how it should be. This is but this is also evolution too, in a way. Like this is actually a very efficient operation too. So like sometimes it's a double-edged sword. If this is actually an example of our like technological innovation and stuff like that, but it's always usually like to hurt you. This is exactly probably what Ted Kaczynski would talk about.
Plant in Stanwood. In 2016, the company reportedly sold.
This is the image I was using. They want you to think like this is a Model T assembly line where someone puts on a door here, and then the lights here, and then the horn, and then the steering wheel, and then so on and so forth. There's no one here. There's no one here.
Yeah, no.
But this is what a data center will be. They'll be the same thing. A data center will be just as bad for the environment too, like radiate the shit out of it.
Oh yeah, and the amount of power that it's going to take. I mean, if you want to talk about data centers, I heard it.
I don't know if they need constantly draw because they use water too. That's what I was saying. They use water from the data center as well.
Oh man, that would be that would be evil.
That's coming. That's what I'm trying to say. Like this is coming.
Yeah,
this is part of the de-evolution.
It'll be called like recycled water.
Yeah.
They'll try to make it think that it's recycled water. We're actually helping the environment by having you like actually you. So you remember back, this was like 4 or 5 years ago. I want to say it was like, was it Fukushima or something? There was a Japanese nuclear power plant that released like millions of gallons of irradiated water back into the sea.
Yeah.
And to prove
they have
it
like
was
3-headed fish and stuff.
Yeah. Well, to prove that it was safe, they had a representative from somewhere, I forget what, eat like some squid that was caught in the irradiated sea to prove that it was safe. We saw something similar. Like, remember East Palestine, Ohio? Yeah. So they had reps from the
great leadership of Mayor Pete, where every train is derailed for like 5 years.
Yeah. And they had like, no, I'll never forget this. They had representatives from the EPA go into like, soylent water. Exactly.
Yeah, it's funny.
Go into like some random old lady's house with a bunch of red Solo cups. She fills them up directly from the tap. And they look into the camera and say, we're going to prove that this water is safe to drink. And they all like clink their plastic cups. And then they pretend to drink the water. Say, see, we're fine.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Well, there was a guy.
I really feel like I need to poop out like a gallon of blood right now.
Yeah. There was a guy in India who did that, like some like low-level mayor, and he actually did drink it, and he died like a couple days later, for real.
It was totally unrelated.
Yeah, but so if they are bringing the water in, whether it's through the data center, probably who's going to recycle the water, maybe. But I want you to think of this, Locke. I think I found a better video summarizing it, but I want you to think of the way they would imprint the water. This video might summarize it better than the previous one that I did.
1994, Japanese scientist Dr. Masaru Emoto proved something extraordinary. Your words physically changed the world around you. Dr. Emoto had students speak negative words like "I hate you" and "you're a failure" to one set of water bottles. Another set was treated with kind, loving words like "I love you" and "thank you." After freezing the water and viewing it under a microscope, the results were astonishing. The water exposed to negativity formed chaotic, distorted patterns. Meanwhile, the water blessed with positivity crystallized into breathtaking, harmonious shapes. Here's the mind-blowing part. Over 70% of your body is water. That means every word you speak creates a ripple effect in your cells, shaping
it's not necessarily speak it, it's like the intent.
Your energy, health, and even your reality.
You want Nestle?
Speak love, speak
You want Nestle to have all that water?
Gratitude, speak power into
That's
your
not
life.
surprising.
Yes.
I mean, we're all in a simulation. I mean, you know that, right? I mean, if you were to ask me like 10 years ago, dude, we're in the Matrix, I'd be like, no, come on, man. But now people will tell me we live in the Matrix, and I'm like, you know what? I'll buy it for $1. Yeah. Simulation? Why not at this point?
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, it's just the side thing to think about. Like, and that's what brought us to the CEOs being psychopaths and stuff. So they would like want you to be like, you know, they do influence things like this, whether we like it or not.
More than $343 million of Michigan water under its Ice Mountain and Pure Life labels. But
Look at
that's
all the
just a
workers,
fraction of
just
its
these
worldwide
two
footprint.
idiots.
Headquartered in Switzerland.
Wait, and that's the girl who's doing the show too. So she's not even working there. And this is a show. This is just to make it look like they're doing more.
Nestle has over 8,500 brands in at least 80 countries.
I'm willing to bet those guys are
Vincent.
part-time employees.
Yeah.
They're just forklift drivers because you do need to be forklift certified in order to work those things. So yeah, they probably got like a dozen forklift drivers and that load up the trucks.
And also too, this incentivizes them to get the microplastics in the water.
Yep.
This is like also like incentivizing this.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Well, they have a different water called Liquid Death that sells a lot.
And if you know the story behind Liquid Death, you never really want to drink it again. Like
I've heard a little bit of stuff about it. I never really drank it, so I didn't really care.
I mean,
I get the idea. It does sound cool because you're saying this is, instead of drinking alcohol, you're like, this is liquid death, but it's really just water. So it is a decent marketing idea because that's how I always looked at it.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like they charge you $20 for a 6-pack.
Oh yeah,
of canned water.
Price like crazy, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it was ridiculous. And no, it's I don't know, man. It's like you're not getting the microplastics out of water.
Exactly, but I'm saying these people are kind of like just making it so it's more prevalent where it didn't need to be.
So do you know like a great way to release microplastics into water? Having it in warm places under bright lights.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So it melts and leaches in. Yeah. Like if you leave it in your car on a hot day and stuff, it starts leaching the shit in there.
Yeah. And there is no easy way to get rid of microplastics. And the ways that you can do it are incredibly expensive. Like there are certain water filtration systems that I think can help. But like I think one of the most prevalent ones on the market right now is under fire from the FDA. I don't know much about it, but yeah, like it is incredibly difficult to get microplastics out of your water once it's in there. And the thing is, like with Liquid Death, they were trying to make it sound like, oh, we're canned water, so you don't got to worry about microplastics.
Yeah, I think it still gets in aluminum too, probably.
Well, no. Aluminum cans are lined with plastic.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Aluminum cans are lined with plastic. They still are made of plastic, so you're not getting rid of the microplastics that way.
So there's like a plastic sleeve.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
I didn't know
like
that.
a plastic lining. Yeah.
It's like it didn't make sense to me because like I don't know why they don't. Well, I guess do they need to do it or else the aluminum would go in, which is not really any better.
Hang on just a second. I'm looking it up. I'll see if I can find you a link here.
No, I believe you and stuff. I never had thought about it.
Yeah, I found a short. Just a second. I'll throw it up in chat. Yeah, no, that's the thing. We need plastic. Our society hinges on plastic. We need it for almost everything.
Yeah.
For every single aspect of our lives, we need plastic. It's become like it's become like a necessary evil. Without plastic, we're in trouble.
Same with oil, like oils and everything.
Yeah, we need and oil. And where does plastic come from?
Oil.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you know aluminum cans have a plastic liner on the inside? Not gonna lie, I'm curious to see what that looks like. Let's go. We're gonna start by making a sodium hydroxide bath. We're gonna scuff up the outside of the can with a little sandpaper and then immerse it in the sodium hydroxide bath. The reaction is between sodium hydroxide and aluminum, which liberates hydrogen gas, the bubbles you see here. It just fell over. Something happened.
But I thought they were doing the inside, though. Or maybe he'll let him elaborate.
What? This experiment was totally worth it. Share it with someone who needs a little...
So that's on the inside as well, I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
You're not getting rid of plastic. It's in everything. And considering how plastic works and how we've been using plastic for like almost over 100 years. I'm not sure when we started using plastic on the regular. It's been in our systems for a long freaking time. And there's no efficient way of getting rid of them. And like companies like Nestle want to, they want to dump as much plastic into our bloodstreams as much as they can, because I am willing to bet you, if you're on the inside, I'm willing to bet you an intergalactic space penny that like the upper echelons of power, we're talking about at the tippy top, like the ones who like, it's like, the one, I can't really describe it, but we're talking about like the highest echelons of power, like the beef jerky levels. Those guys, it's like if you were to walk into a room and offer them a bottle of water, they'd look at you and say, "You kidding me? I don't drink that crap. I got like a hyper advanced purification system in here.
Yeah.
I serve it in a glass decanter. I don't want to drink that. You trying to poison me? I'm willing to bet you anything."
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry for the rant there.
But you can have, so you're saying it's kosher?
Oy vey.
Natural
I'm not touching that one with a 10-foot pole.
Why do you think there was so much local opposition to Nestle increasing its pumping there?
We have lots of strong partnerships with residents.
Again, this is some old crow-ho boomer who will sell you out. She's the same, like Clayton had said before, about that other guy. Yeah. This is the female version of, he's the same kind of boomer that offshored our jobs and paid himself a bonus for making the company more efficient. Yeah. This woman is the same. That's probably her husband.
Probably.
That we saw earlier.
And local businesses and business leaders. I don't know if I'm not sure if,
how to lie to you.
How much local opposition that there is.
Well, I'll give you an example. We filmed several people I spoke to who were standing on the side of the road and fishing trout. And we say, "How's the fishing going?" One man literally said, "Well, I don't catch as many thanks to Ice Mountain." What do you say to him?
The science just doesn't show that.
Yeah, your big science.
The science. No, here's the...
Well, math can show it. If there's less water, there's always less fish.
So, okay, so... Key distinction here. Language is important. And this is one thing that I have noticed since the Great Unpleasantness. When they say the science, they're not talking about science.
Yeah, yeah.
Because science
study that showed what we want doesn't say that.
Yeah.
The one we had our lawyers look for and approved that we can tell you about don't say that.
Yes, that is the science. That is the science. Because in her eyes, like how do I put this? So it's like they want you to believe that science evolves like instantaneously, that it's this magical thing that is constantly changing day by day. And no, science doesn't work that way. Science does evolve, but it evolves over decades and centuries and thousands of years. You know, we that is how it works. It takes constant observation, it takes constant advances in technology and constant tweaks to experimentation in order for you to get new data, in order to be able to refine theories, create new ones, and debunk old ones. But crones like this will tell you, no, it's, you know, science is instantaneous. One day it's this, then it's this, and it's science. It's science. So therefore, no, they treat science like a religion. The science is a cult-like religion. That's why they say the science. And because that's another thing about de-evolution. I do apologize. I'm going on a lot of tangents today, but that's one thing about de-evolution you really need to pay attention to. We are witnessing the de-evolution of language itself in real time.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that, but it's true. Yeah, it's linked. It's linked to everything.
That should terrify you.
Yeah,
the de-evolution of language should
bro, it should terrify you, bro. Like literally, bro. That should literally like terrify you, bro.
Yeah, hey, you're literally traumatizing me with your hate speech. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Toilet bowl twat.
I don't even know what the hell that even means.
Shit like that. But I'm saying it's devolving us. This is happening.
Yeah,
this is happening. That we're at the linchpin, the tipping point of starting to become really cooked.
Yeah, and we're also seeing this. I mean, piggybacking off of that. I mean, I don't know if you talked about this because I'm late to the party, but you know, there was that. Oh God, I want to say it was Baltimore. There was a high school in Baltimore that actually their graduating class, their valedictorian had a 1.8 GPA and barely knew how to read, and they graduated high school. We've got an entire generation of people who don't have an extensive vocabulary. The words they do know, they misuse all the freaking time, and they care more about risking their lives and their dignity in trying to make a viral video on TikTok than expanding their minds and learning more.
Yeah.
They don't want to learn. Like reading is for nerds. Reading is tough. Reading is a waste of time. So they don't do it.
Yeah.
They don't do it, even though you have a library. You have access to a literal library in your pocket. You can read anywhere. Nobody wants to, unless it's a text message, and then it's nothing but misspelled words and abbreviations anyways.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of scary. Like it's fascinating.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to like make some of these videos like saying like, you know, I'm trying to be like Paul Revere here, like, hey guys, like we're the frog in the boiling pot of water, and it's warm, but it's actually getting pretty hot. It's, you know, and I can start to see a rolling boil happen here. Like, so we are literally getting cooked in front of us all the time.
My perspective is I'm looking at this, you know, it's very easy to get blackpilled, and it's very easy to look at this whole thing and just be like, oh my God, this is over. Oh, we're cooked. What's the point? Blah, blah, blah. I'm just looking at this fascinated. I am fascinated because I'm looking at this going, you know what? I didn't think Armageddon was going to look this way. You got me. Well played. Well played. I never thought that Armageddon would be so boring. We were promised death robots. We were promised alien invasions. We were promised hellfire and brimstone. What did we get? 6-7.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well played. Well played, humanity.
Yeah.
You got me.
And this dunderheaded crowho is like, this is her justification for it.
Yeah.
And on the side of the road. Anyways, I also received a lot of pictures of people saying, look at how healthy the trout streams are. So
please.
So you're not concerned
You
that
got
the
the
area is being
pictures?
depleted at all by Nestle's pumping?
I'm not concerned that the area is being depleted.
There's genuine
you don't
concern
care.
among locals who say once Nestle starts pumping to 400 gallons a minute, our ecosystem here will suffer. What do you say to those people?
The science does not show that. We are very confident in the science. We looked at it very conservatively. 400 gallons a minute is a very conservative number as to what that well could pump.
We
without
investigated
negatively
ourselves
impacting
and found
any
no
of the
wrongdoing.
ecosystems. We studied the ecosystems. We studied the streams.
But Nestle's science relies on subcontractors the company hires itself.
Does Nestle
Hold
believe
up, is that a
water
magazine on her clipboard?
Yeah.
Is that a tabloid?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's a
I don't know what
tabloid.
that is for. Yeah. Was she holding the
Oh
clipboard?
my God.
I don't know if she's holding the clipboard up. What the heck?
Well,
Okay.
she has to have something to do with the job where she does nothing all
Yeah,
day.
exactly. Yeah, she's just a shill. She's just paid to be this crow corporate shill who she's been coached on what to say. That's why she didn't elaborate any
course.
farther.
It's a human right. It is most definitely a human right.
There is a perception around the world that Nestle
that
goes
what your
into
boss
poor
says?
communities with lax regulations, entices them with the promise of jobs, and then takes their water, sells it back to them at a profit. How do you respond to that?
Yep.
I can't speak to the perception per se, but from the science perspective, we have to go where the water's at. So a lot of
Stop
times those are gonna be
saying
more rural
science.
areas.
You don't know what that
That's where
word means.
it's thick aquifers. It's not heavily industrialized. So that's where, from a science perspective, why we're in this
No,
area,
that's how you justify it.
why we're at White Pine Springs, and why we're in Stanwood.
That's
In 2016, bottled water surpassed soda for the first time to become the #1 beverage in the U.S. Here in Michigan, just days after the state greenlit Nestle, the governor announced Flint residents would no longer be receiving free bottled water. People we met in Flint called out the irony.
Tax Nestle and give it to Flint. That's a slap in the face. That's all I got to say.
That won't happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
you
how
want to
would
know
you
the messed
feel-
up part? Okay. All right. I have some knowledge on this subject. So, all right, I'm gonna yeah, either one of you guys can answer this. What is the rule for water in Mexico? What's the #1 rule for water in Mexico? When you go to Mexico, what don't you do with the water?
Oh, don't drink it. Yeah.
You don't drink the water in Mexico.
Parasites and stuff in it, or just your body's not used to it or something.
You don't drink the water in Flint, Michigan either. Now, here's something you got to understand. Michigan has the largest deposit of fresh water in the United States with the Great Lakes. That is like what, like I don't think it's the largest deposit of fresh water in the world, but it's pretty freaking massive. Michigan has no want for water.
And they have like 1,000 lakes and stuff too.
Oh yeah. No, the amount of water that Michigan has, fresh water Michigan
I think
has,
they call
is
it like the
ridiculous.
land of 1,000 lakes or something.
No, that's Minnesota.
Oh, but it's still a similar area, and they probably have a shit ton.
Yeah, and the thing is Flint, Michigan, you can't drink for like about a decade you couldn't drink the water there, and it wasn't because of parasites, it was because of lead poisoning. Because the city of Flint, Michigan, decided to they were getting their water from the Detroit River, and the Detroit River was fairly clean. It was easy to process and to pump out. But, you know, around, I think 2015, 2016, something like that, they decided to divert their water source to the Flint River because it was local, it would be cheaper. But that water was insanely corrosive, and the Flint water
like
system...
battery acid.
Yeah. And here's the thing. The Flint water system was archaic. Like I'm not 100% certain, but I think I heard it predated World War I. The pipes were lead lined. Now, by using the water from the Detroit River, it was fine. It wasn't corrosive. But even after they treated the water was so corrosive that it ate at the lead lining of the pipes, and lead seeped into the water system.
Yeah.
You couldn't drink the water from the tap in Flint, Michigan, which is in a state that has an abundance of fresh freaking water.
And how ironic is it? Because it was the color of Nestle Quick. Oh,
oh God. And so, and it makes me angry because Flint, Michigan is like, Flint, Michigan, after their factory shut down, became it got bad over there.
I've been to those. I've been to Detroit and places like Gary, Indiana, and stuff like that.
Oh,
those people
Flint
have
is
no
worse
prospects.
Yeah, Flint is worse than Detroit.
Wow.
Like at least Detroit is grocery stores.
Yeah.
And the thing is so now like their water supply is compromised. So what do? You got to buy the bottled water because you need water to freaking live.
Yeah.
It's messed up, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I keep going on tangents, man. But like this kind of stuff gets under my skin because this stuff should not be happening in America. You should not be living in a city where it is unsafe to drink the water.
Because we're devolving. That's what I'm
exactly.
I want people to go on rants a little bit because that's what I'm trying to say is like this is as a species, it's devolving. As mammals, this is like or humans and stuff, this is devolving.
If you had a $200 water bill and $1 billion company was getting $1 billion worth of product for free.
Despite public outcry, Nestle's presence in Michigan appears.
They make it sort of look like Natty Light or some type of like food, you know?
Actually, I can see it now, like Coors or something.
Unstoppable.
In the ideal scenario, what do you think Nestle should do?
Go home to Switzerland. I'm serious.
Not
Go
gonna happen.
home. We don't want bottled water here.
Why is it in Switzerland? Because that's where they can have the globalist banking and do all the bullshit that they like to do. Nestle's in like 80 countries. Nestle is like more powerful than like Mexico. Basically.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is sometimes with stuff like this, you can make a tiny dent by boycotting. You can't boycott Nestle. They own like the amount of products that Nestle owns or has some type of a subsidiary in is massive. It is freaking massive. And even if you did try to boycott Nestle, it wouldn't work anyways. You would need like a global, like 7 billion people. You would need like the entire population of the planet to not consume Nestle products. That is just simply not
going to
possible.
Happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. I know someone that worked, or my friend's mother in Russia, she worked at, in the Nestle instant coffee factory and stuff. It's not going away. And by the way, like Nestle does, provide some, food to people and stuff like that. But like overall, this is like kind of what their mentality is. It's greed. There's a Native American saying, someday you will realize you cannot eat money. And this probably applies to water, something like that too. Like someday you will understand that water is not a commodity, but that's what they're trying to basically make it.
Well, they're succeeding.
Yeah.
They're
like
succeeding.
winning. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're like, this is how it's just that it's heading to. That's why I'm saying, like, are we actually devolving?
Yeah. Well, let me think about this for a second. So the tap water, the water that comes out of your tap is barely drinkable. It's barely drinkable.
Yeah.
So the let's say
and the
you
pipes
do live by
that
a
it's
creek.
in are shit anyways.
Yeah. Let's say you live by a creek or something. You can't drink that water. That water is poison. And let's say that you do, let's say that you do some research. You find out that your house is like right on top of the water table. So you go to like the freaking hardware store. You get yourself like one of those like cast iron, those old school, hand water pumps,
Yeah.
and you get yourself some piping and you dig a well in your backyard. You've already confirmed that you're not going to be hitting any power lines or whatever. You hit water fairly easily. You pump it out. You know what happens? The city comes in and says, no, you can't drink that. That's an illegal well. There could be E. coli in there. So
we were covering how in some places like collecting rainwater is actually illegal.
Yeah. And so
Same
even
thing. And it's a zoning person, rat, possibly small hat, who's like, well, we got to tax you for this. So you can't just have it for free because you live in a matrix, peasant.
Yeah. But the best part is even if it's like they can't tax you, they still will say if you consume it, it's a crime. You have to send a sample of that water to a lab to test it. And of course, the tests are like $5,000.
Yeah.
And then even then, they'll still figure out a way for you to tax you for having a well on your own property.
Yeah.
They'll do that.
And they'll probably be, but they'll still let you drink Flint, Michigan water and stuff. And no one was held accountable for that. So like this is,
of course, nobody
this
will.
is just kind of the way, but it's because we're devolving because people they're saying like, well, a few people benefit from that. Yeah, we're allowing it to happen, but that's because we're like devolving.
And so now you can't drink water straight from the source. You can't dig your own well without bureaucratic nonsense. You can't drink the water that's out of your tap, but you need water. So what's available? Well, it just so happens that you can go to your gas station and buy a bottle of water for $1.50.
Yeah.
And so dude, like seriously, they have commoditized. They didn't need to get rid of water. They just needed to make sure that every other means of accessing water was either implausible, or
if you ask for free water at a gas station, like maybe you can use like the bathroom and like scoop it from the toilet. Like they'll say like,
like no, and the funny thing is, I have
even at ski places and stuff like that. They kind of make it so it's like hard. They only have like a couple little spots to get water, but they like get pissed when you do it because you're not buying a water for like $5.
Yeah. Here's a question for you. This is just out of genuine curiosity. When you go out, do you see a lot of drinking fountains?
No.
Yeah, because I remember back when I was a kid, like I could have sworn I've seen more of them.
The kids get enough fluoride already, so they don't need them anymore.
yeah, but no, I could remember. It's like
I do too. Yeah,
drinking fountains everywhere. Like you'd have like you'd have like 6 or 7 at the library. They'd be all over the place at the freaking mall. I think you could even find them at the supermarket. There were drinking fountains at the freaking supermarket. They were everywhere.
Yeah, I do remember they were at the supermarket. Yeah.
Where are they now?
Yeah, every business had a water fountain. Yeah, I don't know.
Every single one, right?
Forgot about that. People probably piss in them, take dumps on them and stuff because we're devolving. We're going into barbarism. We're savages, basically.
Yeah.
We're like techno ho kind of gay weak savages or something.
It's gonna get like, dude, it's gonna get loud, man. Pretty much, it's gonna get loud.
Yeah. So we've kind of covered water because we've said this too. There's nature and nurture, and part of this, the water is really kind of part of it's from nature, but it's part of nurture. Same with all the shots we take, the codependency on antibiotics, medications, things of this nature. So, because we don't have a good, gut bacteria and resiliency for immune systems, things like that.
Not anymore.
Now we'll go to the food. Which also is the food is one of the biggest problems of our de-evolution because we don't just eat an apple really off a tree. We eat like 3D printed chicken that has no minerals and stuff. Like our minerals are shot because the only minerals we get now are like, excess left over from chemtrails and stuff. We don't have like really good minerals. Like, can you go to a farmer's market and stuff? Yes, but it's harder to access it. But en masse, we're talking en masse as a species and stuff. We're very mineral. We're not healthy, and I'm not. And I'm the healthiest guy and stuff. I'm just saying, like we are a little bit victim to this in a sense.
We like the
de-evolution.
I mean, our food's not fit to eat anymore.
No.
Our food, it's only food by default. It's only
it's
food. It's only
sugar. It's literally
pretty much
and sugar. That's what I was trying to say. If you go into like a Walmart and you go down one of the aisles that has all like the sauces, like barbecue sauce and this, it's basically various forms of corn syrup, sugar, and artificial flavoring. Then you have the food coloring, and then a couple caking agents to make it either like watery or saucy. Like the Kraft family is not giving you ketchup. It's red.
No, it's corn
paste.
syrup.
It's red 40 corn syrup paste slop. That's fake.
Yeah, with artificial flavoring.
Yeah. But the Kraft family, people love them. Like, we love Robert Kraft and Kraft macaroni and cheese. And we love that he like is one of the owners of the Patriots or something like that. Bob Kraft. Like it's part of the as mammals, that's de-evolution. Take any society part out of it or anything, it's de-evolution.
Yeah.
Wait, turn this volume up. So this one's going to be, you said, we uncovered a multi-million-dollar plot to change what you eat. So let's see. Another thing that they're going to start doing too, they're going to start saying like, hey, you should just get into fasting. And it's like, you should get into fasting, but they're telling you to get into fasting, not because they care about you, because they just want you to like, hey, just have like 2 meals a day because we don't want to like, produce as much.
Right.
Today, I'm cooking a meal. I'm cutting the onion now. Is that what's
So I like this More Perfect Union. They have a good videographer and stuff, but they always have annoying ass liberal dorks a lot of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy looks like he is really good friends with his wife's boyfriend.
Exactly. And he probably
is.
Looks like. It's probably who they're cooking for right now.
Answer a question. Can we?
Yeah, but a More Perfect Union always kind of has these types, but I actually think they're pretty good journalists, if I'm being honest. And they have a nice presentation and stuff, and I haven't got any copyright things. So I like More Perfect Union.
Ever believe nutrition advice? Every nutrition influencer is telling you you're being lied to, and mostly they're right. Millions of dollars are spent to influence your opinions about food. And as a result, nutrition advice seems...
No, it's not your opinion. It's your programmed opinion, sheep.
Confusing.
Don't eat eggs because they're high in cholesterol, but you should eat them because...
Basically, anything like they tell you, just do the opposite. Like,
it's like, pretty much like one of the bigger trends that's been going on in the dietary community, and I am not a dietitian, I am not telling anybody what to eat, this is not advice, but carnivore was huge. It was pretty much just effectively meat and eggs. And when you're hungry, you cook up meat and eggs, and like that's it. If it doesn't come from an animal, you don't consume it. So that also means you can consume like heavy cream. You can consume like other dairy products, certain types of cheeses and all that. Yeah. And pretty much like the people who said that's it, the people who have gone on carnivore for a long time saying, dude, like I have seen massive changes in my body. My digestion is easier. I'm getting more sleep. Like medical problems that I've had have become easier to manage. And there's something to this. So naturally, everyone comes out of the woodwork and says, cholesterol. You're gonna have heart attacks, and you're going to kill grandma with carnivore diet. No, you eat. If you need protein, just eat bugs. Eat bugs. Eat bugs and
see bugs. Yeah.
Eat Z bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, and so even though like we've been eating meat and eggs for literally thousands of years.
Yeah,
we've been eating meat and eggs for thousands.
An egg is probably actually like the perfect food. But but this is where it gets wrong. It should be from a chicken that goes around eating ticks and eating like eating all sorts of stuff from all over the place. So instead of just eating like a corn syrup candy that they give it to get like fat and retarded, stuff like that. I got to find the Cat Williams thing. He's like, I'm not going to give my kid the retarded cow meat or something like that. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
They're high in protein.
Constantly changing.
We've got some urgent new information that you have to hear about.
Whole milk versus...
And we have a lot of chlorinated chicken too. All the chicken is somehow chlorinated, and I'm not sure how that process works.
It's all messed with.
Someone has told me
all
that.
messed with.
Yeah.
It's all tampered.
Yeah. And by the way, it doesn't have to be. Like, we could have huge farms where all the animals are, kind of somewhat happy and stuff like that. Is that what Bill Gates bought all the farmland for? No. He literally has 3 Mile Island. Like, this is like...
Yep.
It's insane.
Skim milk, seed oils versus beef tallow, cane sugar versus corn syrup. Each of these questions are
And remember,
saturated
RFK
in
hasn't
corporate
done dick.
propaganda. I've
Hasn't
covered
done
big
dick,
foods manipulation
except tell you
before,
Tylenol
but I was hearing advice
makes
that
you
confused
autistic.
even me about healthy fats and whole foods. So I tracked down the scientist being paid off by industry and the lobbyist who shape how we think about food and cooked a meal with a nutritionist.
Got all of it.
All to answer a simple question. If we strain out all the corporate influence, what's left of nutrition advice? Here's what got me interested in this question. The debate over saturated fat. For years, the US's own dietary guidelines told us to keep a low...
Hang on a second.
Yeah, low fat. Oh, man, I remember low fat.
Now it's actually high fat, so your body's keto and just running off ketones and all this stuff. Well, watch this right here. This sums it up pretty good, too.
Have to let real shit be real shit, because these motherfuckers are attacking real shit at every motherfucking angle. They had a story on CNN 3 weeks ago that said the USDA has approved the sale of cloned meat to the American public.
Again, USDA is supposed to not have this stuff happen. Everything they do is the opposite. The USDA poisons you. The USAID programs you. It's the opposite.
What? See, I was high when I originally saw the story. So I waited all the way till I came down to relook at the story. And it still fucking said the USDA has approved the sale of cloned meat to the American public. Ain't that about a god? You raggedy motherfucker. You saw the movie Multiplicity. We know what the fuck clone mean, motherfucker. It mean retarded. You gonna beat us the retarded?
Pretty much.
Meat now? And I thought niggas was gonna tear up the streets and riot and shit, and nothing fucking happened. These motherfuckers, you gonna feed America the clone? Ain't it motherfuckers starving in other countries that we could have gave a goddamn retarded clone meat to first to see if that was gonna work out? They ain't got shit to eat. They don't give a fuck. You can't feed it to us first, you motherfuckers. And some of you same niggas gonna be eating the shit out that goddamn, because you just don't give a fuck about us. You know the clone meat gonna be cheap as shit. Nigga, fuck that. I went to McDonald's, got the McClone combo for 19 cents, nigga. Had 11 big ass Big Macs in it. It was wonderful. That's all right. That's all right. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Feed your baby the retarded ass clone cow meat and see what the fuck happened. You're gonna be wondering why your dog is 4 years old, weighs 611 pounds, got a little horn coming out of her motherfucking braids, and the bitch can't do her alphabet correctly. Just A, B, C, D. Feed that bitch the retarded ass cow meat.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, no, there was a you remember the movie Network, right?
Yeah.
That whole speech, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Yeah.
Like, one of the reasons why the dude was screaming that, he looked into the camera and said, our food is not fit to eat anymore. And that was like back in 1978 or something.
Yeah.
It's only gotten worse since then.
1976 is when it came out.
Okay. Hey, I was only 2 years off.
Yeah. No. I only know that because I was like recently watching part of that movie a couple days ago.
Yeah, and it's crazy because like the powerful, like the people who are protected up on high by the Prince of Darkness, those guys, they want you unhealthy.
Yeah, that's how they evolve, is by making you devolve. Well, they sort of try to evolve with technology and live an immortal life because they're a demon.
Yeah,
That's
they don't
what's
love
going
you.
on right now.
They don't love you. They straight up hate you.
Yeah.
They want you crippled. They want you overweight. They want you lethargic. They want you depressed. They want you miserable. They want you, pretty much they want to make you completely dependent on them. Because when you think about it, all right, you're eating crap food, you're spending a boatload of money for everything. So you have no money, you can't go out. So what do? You have to stay inside. You're doom scrolling on social media. You go on the dating apps in hopes of getting human connection, but
what I said in the beginning. We've gone from being an independent organism to a codependent organism or mammal. Like, we now, like, if the power goes out, you're pretty much cooked because you just, we don't know how to go hunt and fish and acquire all these things. We're not even in a setting where we can do it if it did happen a lot of the time. So like we live in a constantly dependent state as well.
So here's the best part though. Here's the best part. So you're bored, you're broke, you are lethargic, you're tired. So, but naturally the full-time job that barely pays you any money to survive does allow you to seek out mental health professionals, right?
Cool, then medicate you and get you.
Exactly. They go, you're depressed. Here's some SSRIs. Take these pills. They'll make you happy. So they take the pills, makes them crazier. So now they're exhausted, they're bored, they're malnourished, they're miserable, and they are getting angrier.
Yep. And they're like
getting angrier.
Gooning the pixels constantly too, which is not probably a great thing either.
Yeah, they're also don't forget, dude. They're also sleep deprived.
Yes.
Have you ever doom scrolled until 1 a.m.?
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna do it tonight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you're being fed garbage, you're exhausted, you're not getting enough sleep. And so of course you're going to devolve. You're being put into a position to devolve. Canadian Spider-Man's here. Awesome. Hey, Spidey. Sorry, man. I didn't. Yeah. No, Canadian Spider-Man's a cool dude.
Cool. Let's continue.
Happy belated birthday, man.
Oh, cool. For a Canadian Spider-Man. Shout out.
Yeah, sorry about that,
Spider-Man.
man. But we have been, going back to your subject of de-evolution, we're in a de-evolution chamber right now. Every single thing.
And the only things that we evolve are making us like worse though, too. We're like more of like an evolved like sociopath, or more like evolved to like eat more, to like consume more shit and stuff like that.
So if you really want to attach it, if you really want to attach some more tinfoil to this, so when men in our circles wake up, what is typically, we wake up and we see the world for what it is, and we really start wanting to self-improve and become better versions of ourselves and evolve as men, if it were. What is the first place that men will start going on the regular?
The gym.
And what's happening at gyms right now?
I don't know.
Modern women turn the gyms into a social minefield.
Oh yeah. I haven't been in a gym well, I do have a local gym that I went to a little last winter, but besides that, I don't really go to the gym much.
Yeah, but the ones who do, because you've got a lot of men out there, they can afford $15 a month to go to the gym to lift weights because they can't afford a couple of grand for a home gym setup.
Yeah.
They can't, it costs more money, so they have to go there. What's happening? Well, now they got to traverse a social minefield. They can't look in certain directions. You've got these freaking wannabe OF quote unquote influencers who take up like 7 feet of space in a public gym to make sure their butt's in perfect frame. And if you look over to make sure you're not in her frame, she's gonna make sure she records you and destroys you, in the court of public opinion. So now, and so it's become a meat market / shaming factory. They had, and so it got promoted. It got popular. So now it's not that going to the gym is a bad thing. It's a dangerous thing, because if you go on the wrong day and you look in the wrong direction, your life can get destroyed.
Yeah.
Very interesting how the one place that everyone wants to go to get healthier has now become a freaking poisonous swamp, don't you think?
Yeah. And even that is actually de-evolution in a way, because you should be really doing things with your body instead of just lifting weight. Like cardio is one thing, but a lot of times instead of just lifting like weights, you should be like, I believe more in the paleo type of mindset where like you should get strong from like working outside, like, you know,
Yeah.
manipulating items and stuff like that. Like that's but ultimately if you were productive when you're doing that, it's like basically instead like it's better
Well, it's
it's sometimes all that people can do. It has this place, it's not bad, but it's kind of weird. You're going inside in AC, under fluorescent lights, breathing in like CO2, listening to garbage music, we're surrounded by TVs, and
Yeah.
just comparing yourself to other people.
we're not because we don't work anymore. I mean, one of the things to remember is like obesity wasn't much of a thing until starting around like the 1970s and 1980s.
Yeah.
People were a lot more fit, were a lot more slim, they were a lot more fit, and that's because humans, we are wired to work. We are wired for manual labor.
Yes,
and
that's what I'm trying to say. Like that's what working out used to be.
Exactly.
Like you didn't need a gym. You'd be like, no, I worked my ass off today. Like I don't need to go to the gym at all.
It's like, like this is why, like independence is such an important word and it's lost its meaning. Modern women think, it's like, when they talk about strong and independent, I wanted to look at them and say, you're not strong, nor are you independent. If you were independent, you could go out if you were truly independent, you could go out into the wilderness with a horse, a flintlock, and a freaking wood axe, build yourself a freaking cabin, start up a homestead, be farming every day. Independence means you rely on yourself and yourself alone in order to survive. Nobody's independent anymore. I know that and I'm living in a glass house on this one. I know for a fact
we've gone from independent to codependent to codependent.
Yeah. Like I know for a fact if you were to throw me into the Canadian wilderness with a freaking axe and an empty canteen, I'm fairly confident with my knowledge and my ability to be able to build structures, I can confidently say I would die of exposure within 24 hours.
Yeah, most people would.
Yeah, but the only difference between me and them is that I admit it. I'm living in a glass house on this one. But then again, I don't go around saying that I'm independent. In certain aspects, sure, you could say that, but there aren't a lot of people out there in this world that can say they are truly independent. Not in today's society when you need the internet for pretty much anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been bringing this topic up and not saying like I'm some type of prepper already for stuff. Like this is not the fear monger. It was more for the philosophical part of it. In some ways we are evolving a little bit, but overall I think like these things are part of the problem for the organism part. Like, you can't evolve and thrive and be robust if you're eating, poison food.
Right.
Diet. But now I was hearing about studies that found low-fat diets were pointless.
Those on the low-fat group had higher rates of heart attacks.
That's FDA Commissioner Marty McCary. His allies say the advice to eat less fat.
As FDA or RFK or any of these people doing a good job? No, they're paid to just have a fake job saying they're going to. The FDA is only going to come in if you try to sell like raw milk.
Yeah.
That's about it. I'm pretty sure in some places in Pennsylvania, they said to the Amish, you can't sell like goat kefir and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like pretty much
and they've been selling it for like hundreds of years the same way, and it's fine. It's good for you. That's why they want to make it illegal, because they're saying like, well, it wasn't pasteurized. They're like, yeah, that's the point. We want it unpasteurized. You don't heat it up and kill all the good bacteria. That's what the point is here.
Like when you actually take a look at it, like from a crime family structure, right? And you're taking a look at the mafia, you've got the Godfather, you've got the Capos, you've got all of these guys, right? If you take a look at it from a mafia structure, the FDA, they're just the enforcers. That's like, that's like Fat Bobby and Paulie Two Fingers walking into the pizzeria going, "Hey, this is a nice joint you got here."
You're ashamed if the window got smashed unless you get some protection. Yeah.
Be ashamed if the window got smashed or if somebody broke into your apartment and planted some evidence, you know?
In case you see a couple Moulin Yans like Seagrip walking around. We got to keep them away from here. This is a pizza joint, not a charcoal briquette.
It's like, if you look at them and say, "No, I ain't paying." It's like, well, all right, well, don't say we didn't warn you. If something happens, it ain't our fault. Next thing you know, FDA shows up, shuts you down. They're just the law. They're just the enforcement branch for the powers that be. They don't do anything. Again, looking back at the great unpleasantness, that's what I call it, the great unpleasantness of 2020. What did the FDA do when it came to certain medical experimentations that shall remain nameless?
They effed you in the A. Oh!
Exactly. They didn't do their due diligence. They didn't do their jobs. They pretty much just like looked the other way.
Yeah,
they said
they're shills. They don't care.
Exactly. They
have a fake job that tells them to care, but their job is actually just to not care and just let the companies do what they want.
The FDA is not your friend.
No.
They do not love you. They hate you. And and the thing is, they don't care if you suffer under their watch. They're too busy counting their money and pretending like they're making a difference. They do not care about you.
Yeah. Yep.
Was driven by the sugar and ultra-processed food industry. They wanted someone else to blame for our poor health.
They suppressed the data for 16 years.
Until now. The new dietary guidelines released at the start of this year were telling Americans,
eat real food.
That means more protein.
Think about that. Eat real food. Well, what have we been eating? Goy slop.
Yeah.
More dairy, more healthy fats.
At the same time, I was hearing those new guidelines were driven by other corporate interests. How do you...
Of course they are. What do you think? They're just trying to help you all of a sudden? It's not. Guys, stop drinking Coke and drink Pepsi this time.
Yeah.
This is Pepsi Zero. Pepsi zero care for your health.
Yeah, Pepsi Pep. It's got vitamin Pep. It'll make you. It'll do something. Just drink it.
And
they'll tell you what it does later.
They should actually put cocaine into Coca-Cola again. They should just do that. Who cares at this point? Just do it.
Two massive industries are spending millions of dollars to get you on their side.
We're out of milk.
So I got cooking with a little help.
My name is Caitlin Dow. I'm
See, she's going to be a liberal too. Like, oh man.
a nutrition scientist.
Are there any health benefits of onions we should know about?
Don't overthink it. Just, eat vegetables.
Don't know.
Right.
I think the reason that I'm trustworthy in this space is because I don't have any conflicts of interest.
Here was my mission for
Yes, you do.
Design
Everyone
a
has a
meal
conflict of
she
interest.
does. Yeah.
appeal to my
That's what I'm saying. Like some of the people on the More Perfect Union do kind of suck, but overall, I think they do a good job.
my dumpster palate that also satisfied her professional obligations as a nutritionist.
All right, so now we're
And by the way, we're also like eating emotionally and stuff, and I'm guilty of this too. Like,
we all are.
Yeah, everyone is like, and they have addictive chemicals in the food, and your gut bacteria isn't good. If you go out and eat McDonald's, you get home, you're like, God damn, I'm hungry again. Same thing with Chinese food. You're like, you go out and eat some of it, it's all MSG and stuff. You eat it and you go home, you're like, God damn, I want more, because it's like a dead food. It's not literally like a living food that actually like nourishes your body. Like if you have a car and you're giving it, not the right fuel, then it's It's going to go through it. So if you have watered down gas, it's not truly gasoline, then, it's not going to run right.
Make a yogurt sauce.
Yogurt, I'm very confused if it's good or bad for me.
It's really hard to understand how healthy or
And yogurt is good for you, but yogurt with 3 spoonfuls of sugar and natural flavoring and red 40, and like when they this is how sick we are when they say, "Oh, this is strawberry flavor." No, it's artificial flavoring of strawberry and red 40 and corn syrup.
Yeah,
that's what it is. So, and it used to be you think, "Oh, well, I have strawberry slices in my yogurt and kefir." This should be good.
Have you seen The Road to Wellville?
No, I've never heard of it.
Okay, so you know Kellogg, right? So, all right. So the cereal company, Kellogg's.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try to keep this quick.
And they're kind of they're almost like a Nestle type team.
So, like Kellogg's is actually incredibly an interesting company because there were 2 brothers. One of them was on the business end, while the other one was supposed to be like a scientist who was obsessed with like health and immortality, and it led to this massive boom in health obsession in Battle Creek, Michigan, at the beginning of the 20th century. I think it was the beginning of the 20th century, and he had a sanitarium in Battle Creek. It was famous, and he had some incredibly bizarre things. And in The Road to Wellville, Anthony Hopkins plays Harvey Kellogg. If you watch it, you have no idea it's Anthony Hopkins. Like, he disappears into the role. It's amazing.
He's a really good actor.
Oh yeah, but he was doing this one scene where he was looking at this.
I think just sorry to interrupt. I don't think he went to Epstein's.
I'm not sure if he
I
did
would
or
like
not.
to say that I'd like to hope that he didn't, and I'd
hope
like
he
to hope like
didn't.
he had some integrity, like maybe.
I hope so. I don't ruin Anthony Hopkins for me.
But I'm saying, like, I think I don't know. I don't think he did, and it's kind of funny because he plays a creep in a lot of movies. He didn't go. He seems like he should be there, but I kind of would hope that he didn't because he is actually a pretty good actor.
Yeah. So, anyways, I am making this log, but like with one of his patients, he's saying the healthiest people on the planet are Bulgarians. Do you know why? Because of yogurt. Nurse, take this man to the yogurt room and give him 18 gallons. He goes, well, Dr. Kellogg, I couldn't eat that much yogurt. It's not going in that way, my friend. Think about it. Yeah, he was huge.
Shot it up his butt to like give.
Yeah, yogurt enemas. Yeah, Bulgarian yogurt enemas. Like Harvey Kellogg was obsessed with immaculate bowels. Like that was one of the big things that would happen to you if you went to the Battle Creek Sanitarium. And he would do it with Bulgarian yogurt because Bulgarian yogurt is the most, I believe, Bulgarian
rich, probably.
It's not just bacteria rich; it's also the most soupy. It's like it has a liquid consistency, whereas Greek yogurt is very fluffy and very dense. Bulgarian yogurt is the opposite. Don't ask me how I know this stuff. I come across weird facts all the time.
Huh? Oh, it's interesting.
Unhealthy dairy is because.
Please hold as I open a completely adult beverage with red 40 and a bunch of horse shit in it.
Almost all of the research is funded by the dairy industry.
Turns out this is a bit of a pattern in nutritional research. Do you have a favorite industry-funded study?
Almonds versus muffins. Like, what a ridiculous comparison. And guess what? Almonds are better than muffins.
These studies aren't just silly. They influence how we hear food being talked about.
I hate to rag on avocado, but they have a powerful board and they fund an incredible amount of research. We have this idea that avocados are like the end all be all, and they're a healthy food, but they've been given outside.
Well, because these idiot hipsters like the shit too. And stuff like that. That's a big part of it. They love, all this bullshit.
And also, this is an interesting fun fact. All right, so when we think of cartels in Mexico, right, we think about dudes who are just pushing drugs all the time. One of the biggest non-drug related cartels, crime families in Mexico are avocado farmers. I crap you not. Like, the avocado farming industry in Mexico is predominantly run by the cartels.
Wow.
Yeah, no,
Wow.
dude, it's a cash crop,
Well,
man.
they control a lot of land, and yeah, that's, it's a food like people eat it, people want it. It's like it's a commodity.
And when you also consider how the cartels are in bed,
And they
with
probably like cut open the avocados and put like drugs in them now and then too, like a bunch of times, and use that as a way to, as a front for the smuggling.
you really don't freaking need to. I mean, you're making a boatload of money just doing that.
Yeah.
And when you also consider that the cartels are also in bed one way or another with the CIA, it really makes sense how they were obsessing over avocados for the last decade.
Yeah. I never really thought they were like anything special. Like I'm
not a big fan of them.
I never bought them really, but I would have it if it like already came on a sandwich or something. Then I would have it. But besides that, I was like, okay, you guys, we get it. You like guacamole, but you're also just a freaking idiot jerk off hipster too.
Yeah. No, like dude, you remember this must have been like 15 years ago where there was this incredibly smug news reporter who said, millennials could be homeowners if they just stopped ordering avocado toast
and stuff. Yeah.
It's like, and so, I've turned that into a joke. It's like, I've never been a homeowner, but I have a chance because I have never had avocado toast once.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'll never be a homeowner.
Treatment.
A few years ago, I spoke to nutritionist Marion Nessel about this problem.
Every food trade association, every vegetable, every fruit, every nut, every grain has research to demonstrate its relationship to health.
That research ends up in meta-studies that look at all the available research on the topic, muddling the science even further. Confused about eggs and cholesterol?
Right.
That's the egg industry. Cane sugar versus high fructose corn syrup. Sugar beet groups funded studies scapegoating high fructose corn syrup for diabetes. And the Corn Refiners Association funded research saying, nuh-uh.
And people who do take money from food companies tend to say the money doesn't influence. But unfortunately, research shows otherwise.
In some cases, they're over 7 times more likely to find favorable results. And one.
Yeah, of course. They're always going to advertise that and stuff. Same thing, but they'll do it the other way when it's like things like colloidal silver. And you say like, oh, well, this is like, colloidal silver is something really healthy and you can use it to help fight the cough. And like, I give it to my cat and my cat's like 23 years old. But they say, well, there's one guy who turned blue, so it's bad. It's okay. Well, he was an idiot, and
they actually,
what I'm saying? Like it's like, but they can only spit out that one fact, so they think that you're just like an idiot.
Yeah, like they did that with certain types of. I won't say them on your stream because I think they might be flagged. I will use their euphemisms. Fish tank cleaner and horse paste. Those were like the 2 biggest medicines. And apparently, I don't know how true this is. This is just something I've actually read about.
Ben and Imen.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. But those are parasite killers, basically.
Right. But like the thing is during the beginning of the Great Unpleasantness, there were some doctors who were testing out. They started off with fish tank cleaner. Right.
Yeah.
And they actually found some positive results. So they sent in a message to Fauci and said, hey, I think we got something. I think we can save a lot of lives here. So the story goes, again, I'm just telling the story. I don't know if it's true or not, that it's like, oh, okay, well, we don't know yet. We got to test this. So they found somebody who was in the final stages of like one of the earliest strains of the bug, overdosed him on this, and he ended up passing, and they said they gave him way too much, and they turned around and said, yeah, you see, this one guy passed for you don't know what you're talking about. This
same
is too
thing
toxic.
like aspirin. If I take 3 bottles of aspirin, I'm probably going to die. Well, that's the same thing with this.
Yeah, pretty much. And so they said, not only can we not do this, we need to make this a restrictive substance, and we need to destroy it. And then they did something similar with horse paste.
Yeah, no,
And
they do this
it's-
all the time with stuff. If there's any type of vitamin and things like that, they try to shut it down. Like I talked about zeolites earlier in the show, how they help recover from vaccinations and other things like that, and purify water and other things. And the FDA has tried to remove it a few times, and it's like one of the safest things on the planet.
Yeah, there's this one brand of water filters that I'm not gonna say on the stream.
Yeah, zeolite is used in water filtration.
Yeah, but there's this specific brand of water filters that used to be available on the market. They were incredibly expensive, but at the same time, they were incredibly good at filtering out pretty much 99% of everything. Now, they were crazy expensive. They were like $100 a piece. They were not cheap. But they were also like, you could, if you looked up like test videos of them, like you could go to like a freaking swamp, get a 5-gallon bucket, pour 5 gallons worth of swamp water into this filtration system. What would come out would be perfectly clear, perfectly clean, and perfectly good drinking water. That's how good these things were. You cannot get the filters on the market anymore because the FDA is currently suing them.
Yeah,
so they can't sell them anymore
because that's everything they try to. The government does. You almost have to do the opposite of it. So like it's an inversion. It's a perversion of inversion.
Yep.
And they
de-evolution.
Yeah, it's a de-evolution. Yeah, we're on a downswing or something. Like at this point, and I'm not telling you guys to be scared of it. Like if anything, laughing at it kind of helps.
You have to laugh at it.
Like this is laughing at it. Like we are seeing it for what it is, so it doesn't have as much of an effect for us. I would say. Right. So I'm trying to have this stimulate a good conversation, but I want it to be, somewhat therapeutic in a way, because you can, if you don't understand or process any of the negative stuff that's going on and just stick your head in the sand, there's going to become a day when you wake up literally in hell.
And the thing is, like, this is what, like, okay, so the hyper powerful, just call them they want you scared. They want you angry. They want you irrational. They want
gay too.
They need you to be negative. They need you to be negative. They want you to be black-pilled. But there's one group of people that bullies hate. They hate jokers.
Comedians, jokers.
They hate the class clown. They hate the jesters, because the jesters, they have a power. Because because everyone has a story. You're having a terrible, lousy day. You're in a bad mood. Everything sucks. You talk with somebody and all of a sudden you hear a joke. You see something that is just so funny. Boom. Instantly, you forget that you're angry. You forget that you're depressed. You're forgetting everything, and all you're doing is laughing your freaking head off. That is how powerful laughter is.
Well, laughter is the key to deprogramming somebody, because it's the only way that you can insert a truth.
Yeah.
When something is true and it's funny, they just laugh at it, so then you can slip in some truth in there. And that's kind of about all you can do. And then the rest is sort of up to them. But it is good to like kind of try to laugh in the face of some of this too, because it's just like you can digest what's going on, but you're not in a state, like I'm not in a victim state.
No.
Even if I am a victim on a larger scheme of things,
I
at least understand it and kind of have an awareness of what's happening. I'm not being fooled, I guess.
Yeah, and then the big thing to remember is, like, here's the thing. You cannot control a joker. You cannot control a joker at all. You can't beat a joker into submission. They do not have that within themselves. They just don't.
Because they kind of want to die a little bit too.
They do have a mean streak. It's a knee-jerk reaction. Being a smart aleck is a knee-jerk reaction. You can't help yourself. You spit in the face of authority. And the thing is, it's like in the bullies, the owners, they hate the people they can't control, and you cannot control a joker. You just can't. So, you know, and the thing is, I'm just going to call them they, are some of the most unfunny sons of bee stings on the face of the planet. They cannot tell a joke to save their lives.
No.
Have you seen, when is the last time Saturday Night Live has been funny?
Oh yeah, not in years. Yeah. Not
Like
decades.
it's like they try. Yeah, they try. Like, and the thing is, Saturday Night Live used to be like one of the most risque shows on television.
Yeah.
It was a controversial show. Now it's part of the system, and nobody's watching.
Yeah, now it's like an arm of the CIA. They're like puppets on there. Yeah.
Late night's dead. They canceled Colbert.
Yeah, Jimmy
thank
Kimmel
God.
sucks.
Jimmy Kimmel hasn't been funny since like 2001, since he did blackface.
Supposedly, what's his name? Because he has a house in my town, like a vacation home. Who's the other guy? The kind of nice one, but he's like a maniac. Not Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon, yeah.
Oh, like that guy was never funny.
He was never funny, but people loved him because he like played a guitar and he said like one or two funny comments. But people loved that guy for some reason because he's for sheep. So, but people like I heard like when because he was a comedian first, but he would like play the guitar and like do some stuff. And I was reading a book by like Doug Stanhope, who's like a really good comedian. But he was saying that Jimmy Kimmel was killing it so hard because like, and they didn't understand why everyone loved him because he's not really funny, guys. But he said the people that loved Jimmy Kimmel loved it so much. He said he saw somebody pass out from laughing at Jimmy Kimmel because he thought it was so funny. He didn't understand it, and he's like a real road comic who is older than Jimmy Kimmel and knew a lot about it.
Yeah, well, I think Jimmy Fallon, I think one of the biggest reasons why he slayed it on Saturday Night Live was because he broke all the time. He was so unprofessional. Like anytime there was he was in a skit, there was like an 80% chance that he was not going to be able to keep his professional composure. He would laugh all the time. Now, the thing is, sometimes and the thing is, breaking on Saturday Night Live used to be rare. These guys were consummate professionals. So when it happened, you had to work insanely hard to keep your composure. Jimmy Kimmel didn't do that. Jimmy Kimmel, he had no problem breaking character, and everyone thought it was funny. It's like, oh, it's so funny that he can't hold himself. It's so funny. And I think
exactly, but that's what idiot sheep love. They kind of like that performative, like kind of gay, like theater kid type energy. That's what like Jimmy Kimmel embodies. Jimmy Kimmel's not.
Oh my God, you're so right.
Yeah.
Oh
Jimmy Kimmel's
God.
not a comic. He's not. He's like a gay theater kid type.
Oh my God, I never put that together. You were totally right.
Yeah.
Jimmy Fallon is a theater geek. And he's not even like, it's like there's two types of theater geeks.
He's not a comic. He's not. He can't do it on the road. He'd be cooked.
Yeah. There are two types of theater geeks, and I've known them both. One theater, some of the theater geeks out there are totally cool people. They're chill, they're laid back, they've got some,
and they are what they are too. They
are what they are. They're a little quirky, but you know, it's like, dude, you're cool. You want to grab a beer sometime? And then you've got the opposite. They're either you got the negative side. They either take it way too seriously to the point where they are gigantic douchebags, or they are just annoying dorks.
Yeah.
It's like you're either cool. It's like if you're in theater, you're either really cool or people can't stand you. There is no in between with theater people. Jimmy Fallon fits that to a T. I feel so humiliated that I wasn't able to put that together yet.
I never really watched a lot of Jimmy Fallon, but I read a few books by Doug Stanhope. Doug Stanhope is one of my favorite.
No, he's funny. He's good.
His
good.
older comedy is kind of better than his newer comedy, if I'm being honest. But he's actually a really good like writer and stuff. Like he knows what comedy, like he knows what like a road comic actually is and stuff. And he was older than Jimmy Fallon, and he said he never understood why people loved Jimmy Fallon so much. But he said like these people like completely thought he was like the funniest guy ever, and he just said like, yeah, he's just and he said he's like a nice guy and everything, but he like just isn't like funny really.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't view him as funny, and like I don't really view him as funny either.
Like honestly, of all of the late night hosts, like of the current generation, like late night is dead. It's dead. Nobody gives a crap.
Jimmy
about it
Kimmel
anymore.
can be funny, but he's a sellout shill. He
Oh
can
yeah,
be funny.
in a big way.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like
he sold his soul. He's no longer. You're off the artistic roll call now.
Like, yeah, remember Jimmy Kimmel? Like you remember the Man Show, right?
Yeah.
He did blackface, and he just owned it as Karl Malone. He freaking owned it. Like he didn't care.
Yeah,
but
he became a shill crying on TV and all this stuff. And in real life, he would love to go to Epstein's.
Oh yeah,
I don't even know if he did, but he probably like was begging them to go. He's like, please, I want to go so bad.
Considering the stuff that he said, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah,
considering the stuff that
you don't become
said on the record,
talk show hosts on a major network basically without doing something fucked up.
Yeah, like Stephen Colbert, he's another one.
Yep.
Now,
Stephen, no, I always mess him up with John Oliver. John Oliver, same with Jay Leno. They actually were good comics doing stand-up nightclub comedy, working the road beforehand. But when they have to sign on the paper and suck Satan's dick or whatever they make you do, whatever that is, then they just went to shit, basically.
Yeah. And here's the crazy thing, like Stephen Colbert, there's a lot of people out there who believe that Colbert was
Stephen
never
Colbert
funny.
has comedy talent, like good timing. He knows how to do. Same with John Oliver. Like they started from doing stand-up comedy in nightclubs and stuff. Like Jay Leno used to be like a filthy comic. He's kind of from the area that I used to live in. They said he was filthy.
What I heard though is that Jay Leno was a bit of a class act though. Like
but he was willing to do like filthy comedy, like which people don't have that vision of him. But he which I'm not saying if you do filthy comedy that makes you good,
dude. After I've seen Bob Saget, I totally buy it. But with Stephen Colbert, he had a show with Amy Sedaris back in the late 90s, early 2000s called Strangers with Candy. That show was freaking hilarious. He was great in that show. And then you take a look at him 20 years later, 21 years later, he's now dancing around with trans people, with Transformers.
With the shot, the vaccination shot.
He
sold his soul. He sold his soul.
He in a big way.
That's just what happened.
And I just kind of look at him. I don't hate him. I just feel sorry for him. It's like, dude, you need to realize something. You're not bought and paid for. You were rented cheap. Your price tag was freaking low, dude. You used to have integrity. You used to be funny. But now look at you. You're pathetic. You're debasing yourself on a worldwide platform just to stay in a club that doesn't give a crap about you, dude.
Yeah.
And there's no coming back from it. There is no coming back from any of it. Stephen Colbert, John Oliver, Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, they're freaking cooked.
Yeah. I
agree. Their legacy will forever be mud. A bunch of mediocre, unfunny life failures, whereas guys like Jay Leno, Johnny Carson, Craig, was it Craig Ferguson? The other one?
Yeah, he's all right. Yeah, he's okay.
No, he killed it. He killed it. On the
he's good. I'm just saying I don't know a ton about his body of work, but I do know that he was like a traditional comedian for a bit.
But those guys' legacy, their legacy will withstand the test of time. Jay Leno will be looked at as a funny guy who is a funny guy who treated his staff like gold. He was incredibly respectful, just an all-around class act. Johnny Carson was one of the greats, also very classy. He was a cool guy. You know, Craig Ferguson, also I heard was incredibly great when he was doing the show, and genuinely funny. People loved him. Conan, I mean, I thought Conan was funny for a while. I'm kind of sick of his garbage now. But back in the day, he was good. He was funny.
Yeah.
You know, and those guys, their legacy is fine. But Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, and John Oliver, dude, those guys will be forgotten. They will be mocked and forgotten. And they deserve to be after the crap that they've pulled for the last decade and a half. Shame on them. Freaking shame on them. Anyways, that's my rant. Sorry. Sorry about that, man. You know me, man. I get gassed up sometimes.
6.6% of industry studies have unfavorable results. To be fair, some studies contradict that research. Here's one. The author, quote, received grants, honoraria, donations, royalties, and consulting fees from numerous publishers, food, beverage, pharmaceutical companies, and other commercial entities. Oh. And Big Food has blanketed the nutrition space with so much money, it's created a bunch of fun secondary problems. When the government convenes experts to set our dietary guidelines, it's incredibly difficult to find people who haven't taken industry money. You may not consult those guidelines when you cook up a meal, but they profoundly shape the food we eat.
1 in 4 Americans.
Let me
Well, the food pyramid is a load of garbage.
Notice how it's a pyramid. Do you see how they fuck with you? It's a fucking pyramid scheme and a pyramid and like a fucking Freemason thing. It's it's all in front of you.
No, they love to say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
It's awfully convenient. It's awfully convenient that, you know, the type of food that you're supposed to consume, the healthiest, is grains. Grains, which are
and like sugar,
grains and sugar and processed carbohydrates. That's the most you're supposed to get the most of.
Yeah. Let me just do a little side tangent on Jay Leno via real comedian Bill Hicks.
I'm kind of bummed because I'm missing right now, even as we speak.
This is Bill Hicks, the comedian, speaking.
Yeah,
but
I can tell.
Cultural train wreck. The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. I'm like a rubbernecker, man. Every night it's the crash of fucking metal when that show starts. Me and my friends have a little office pool, wondering exactly which episode and which guest is going to be on the night Jay finally puts a 9mm in his mouth and blows his Dorito shilling head off his fucking body. I think it's going to be Joey Lawrence from the show Blossom. Other my friends beg to differ and think Patrick Duffy a more likely culprit.
So this is like also like brainwashed America and stuff too. A lot of these people.
Mm-hmm. So, hi everyone, welcome to the show. Tonight we have Joey Lawrence. Hi Joey, how are you? It's good to see you again. Boy, it was always my comedic dream to be 44 years old and interviewing a little Tony Danza wannabe every 3.
Is this Joey Lawrence or somebody?
No, that's
like
I think that's Bieber. I think that's Justin
but
Bieber.
like an equivalent of. I don't know who Joey Lawrence is, but I'm assuming it's some like.
Man, you don't know Joey Lawrence. Oh my god.
But it's like New Kids on the Block, like pop culture shit put on you. It's the equivalent of Justin Bieber, I'm assuming, is why they're showing it. He was a
teeny bop icon who was a teeny bop icon who was on network television. He was an actor.
I think the word is actually teeny slop.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Like his catchphrase on the show Blossom was "Whoa," literally "Whoa." That's what he would say, and that's what would get and then I think he tried to get into pop music, and then he disappeared for a while. But his brothers, like he's got like 2 other brothers who actually did, like one of his brothers made it big on Boy Meets World, I believe. Yeah, well, I forget I think it was Matt. I forget, but yeah, if you've ever watched Boy Meets World, like one of the characters that showed up later on in the show who became a mainstay, that was a Lawrence brother. Another one was in a Power Rangers kaiju fighter knockoff show for kids. Yeah, they actually have, I think they have a gigantic podcast. They actually have a podcast because of course they do. But anyways.
Yeah, of course they'll have one, yeah.
Yeah, but pretty much, yeah, imagine, but I will give Justin Bieber credit. He does have some singing chops. Joey Lawrence didn't. So.
3 months. Boy, I'm fulfilled as a human spiritually. So anyway, Joey, you're 16 now? You're 16 years old? Yeah. That's great. You're 16. You got a license? You driving? Yeah. That's great. 16, got a license. You got a car? Yeah.
Just pause it again to make sure I don't get some copyright bullshit.
You got a girlfriend? You dating somebody? Anybody special? Yeah, no. Well, she thinks so. I don't.
Pretty much.
Good God, what have I done with my life? His brain splew out, forming an NBC peacock on the wall behind him. Because he's a company man to the bitter fucking end. And it all started when he did the Doritos commercial. Here's the deal, folks. You do a commercial, you're off the artistic roll call forever. And
so I think that might have changed a bit now, but this is like, you know, we're talking another time where he, I guess, shilling slop poison to you. Like Bill Hicks is saying this in the sense that he knows that this is poison and giving it to you.
Story, okay? You're another corporate fucking shill. You're another whore at the capitalist gangbang. And if you do a commercial, there's a price on your...
Listen to what he's saying. That actually literally might be true. I'm not even kidding.
Whore at the capitalist... You're another corporate fucking shill. You're another whore at the capitalist gangbang. And if you...
That literally might be true. Like, I'm not even, that literally might be true, and why he, you know, got the job or had to do something like that to get the job at NBC. That literally might be true.
Yeah, there's wouldn't surprise me if that's the case, because this was the late night wars. Johnny Carson was leaving. And there were two major competitors, Jay Leno and David Letterman. They were both fighting incredibly hard to get that spot. I mean, Letterman ended up doing The Late Show, and it worked out very well for him. But this was a legacy spot, so it really makes you wonder, because it's not on the up and up. We all know it's not on the up and up.
Exactly. But looking back on it, I thought Bill Hicks was just saying that to like be funny, because it is funny, but like no, that might actually be true. He might have done, like, literally had to do some stuff like that.
He probably had to play ball. There was something he had to do to play ball.
No, he had to take ball. He had to take ball. That's what he had to do.
I will give Jay Leno credit. I will give him credit, because from what I've heard, like,
he's talented and a cool guy and stuff, but like I'm saying, he might have literally, even if all that is true, he still might have had to do that anyways.
Yeah, but at the same time, like apparently he never cashed the paychecks that he would get from the Tonight Show, because during the off season he would be a touring comedian, and he was doing, like, this is Jay Leno at the peak of his fame. He's selling out arenas, or he's selling out venues left, right, and center. So he's making plenty of money. That's what he lives on. And he took and the story goes that the money that he was being paid for the Tonight Show, I guess I want to say he gave it to the staff or something along those lines. Like, that is a class act. Like, he treated the staff with dignity.
Viewed it as dirty money or something too.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me. But like, when you take a look at the current, like, you take a look at the media personalities right now, everybody hates them. Like Jimmy Fallon is not only a pervert, but he's also just treats everyone around him like dirt.
Yeah.
Ellen DeGeneres, who was considered to be like one of the nicest people on television, turned out to be a straight up demon.
Yeah,
I mean,
she's
she's a
running
broad,
like an
so
Abu
surprise-
Ghraib camp at her offices and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, surprise, right? And then, I don't know about, but I'm willing to bet you'll hear similar stories about Kimmel and Colbert as well, that they're nothing but a bunch of jerks. So even if he did take the blood money, even if Leno did take the blood money, I'm really hoping that the salary stories are true, that he was living off of like stand-up money. I really want that to be true. I have
Well,
to.
I heard he
believe
was a good stand-up. That he was legit. He's legit, really funny.
Yeah, I have to believe that this demon machine still has people who want to do good. I have to believe it, because as it stands right now, every single icon you see a part of that machine is pure evil. Yeah. They are pure evil. I have to believe that there was at least one good person that says, I'm going to play ball, but I am going to try to protect the people around me from it.
Yeah.
I have to believe it. I'm probably wrong, but sometimes denial is a nice thing.
Yeah. Let's continue on the food.
Yeah.
And eat meals that are based on the dietary guidelines. The school lunch program, military food, and most hospitals.
So the military food is, a lot of school food is like the same as prison food sometimes.
Oh yeah, like it's inedible.
Past dietary guidelines advisory members have had conflicts of interest with trade groups for walnuts, snack foods, corn syrup, sugar, farming.
And we have plenty of ability to have healthy food. Like if we can go to the moon, we can have some healthy food available for people here. You know what I mean?
Dairy, meat, eggs, and many, many more.
I was on the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee in 1995. I would never be allowed on it again. Because I'm considered way too biased, because I criticize the food industry. People who do not.
So a lot of the big cigarette people, big tobacco, went into big food buying, trying to get you hooked on sugar and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think Clayton is the one who had told me that, and it makes really perfect sense.
Criticize the food industry are considered unbiased, which I find hilarious.
That's really good. The industry-funded studies, the conflicts of interest, that's all kind of an amuse-bouche for where the industry's real influence lies. An army of lobbyists who control the very language the government uses when dishing out nutrition advice.
The food industry doesn't want any suggestion in dietary guidelines of eating less of their products. It's really simple.
Industry has relentlessly fought to expunge words and phrases like reduce and eat less from any guidelines. In 1977, the National Cattlemen's Association successfully fought suggested language to decrease consumption of meat and increase consumption of poultry and fish. And for over a decade, the government listened to those lobbyists, never using synonyms of decrease and instead using words like choose. Since 2005, the final guidelines are not written by the advisory experts, but two federal agencies with political appointees who can be lobbied endlessly. RFK Jr. told America he
hasn't done shit.
No, he hasn't done
nothing.
A thing. Not
he just tells you that Tylenol will make you autistic and it's on the shelf. Great. Awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, he's a Kennedy and this is what he's supposed to do.
Yeah. No, this is why, I call freaking politics meaningless. There's a reason why. There's people who disagree with me. It's just because it's the same old crap, different day. Everybody thinks, if we vote this one person in, everything's going to magically change. What's changed? What has changed? It's because pretty much when you think about it, with the current administration, not naming names, what good have they done? Have they, they say, they exposed all of this stuff. I look at that and go, but this is stuff we already knew. It's just being confirmed and nobody cares. It's like, oh, what you mean to tell me that the government has been taking our money to waste it in a series of tax-based Ponzi schemes to line their own pockets? Okay, well, here's the proof. Are you going to do anything about it? No. Then why are you bothering? Nothing has happened. RFK is not going to do a thing. Doge didn't do a thing, but we did win the war in Iran 3 times in 1 week. So there's that.
Yeah.
For crying out loud, this is why I hate politics, because it's meaningless most of the time. What benefits have we had insofar from this? Have we gotten any new information that we didn't know already? I'm legitimately asking because I don't know.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Integrity back to nutrition science.
We're going to remove conflicts of interest from the USDA Dietary
No, you're
Panel
not.
and Commission.
But instead, he just picked sides. The report from the Dietary Guidelines Committee convened prior to RFK's tenure had recommended emphasizing beans, legumes, and lentils as sources.
He's in for 10 years. I didn't know that.
I'm not surprised.
Damn. Wow. There's not going to be any insider trading going on there, guys. Don't worry about that.
SSTD.
Then the
man.
Cattlemen's
SSTD.
Association complained about the anti-red meat language. RFK threw out that original report to convene his own experts.
We now have a food pyramid which we flipped upside down because it made more sense. That puts protein at the top of the food pyramid.
What,
In the
that's
end, the
not a
scientific
good
basis
thing.
for the
Protein
current
should be-
dietary
oh my
guidelines.
God. No, you see, if it's the most important, it's supposed to be at the bottom of the freaking pyramid because it's the foundation of your diet, you freaking gravelly voiced moron. Yeah, he's
Heroin
just
addict.
the same as the
He's
rest
like
of
a
them.
heroin addict child eater.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it's like, people ask me, it's like, well, who did you vote for? I go, it's like, oh, what do you think of this guy? What do you think of that guy? It's all the same. It's all the freaking same. They're going to take your money. They're going to tell you what you want to hear. They're going to lie to you, and they're going to make you more miserable in the process also while saying they're helping you. They are just it's all the same. That's why I don't bother with politics. It's I'm sorry, but if you take a can of dog crap, you replace the you take a can of dog crap, you replace the blue label with a red label and try to sell it to me, you open it up, it's gonna be the same dog crap.
Yeah.
Jeepers.
Provided by 9 individuals, and 7 of them had conflicts of interest with either the meat or the dairy industry or with the dietary supplement industry. Basically, what they did was they fished around for people who they knew would have particular points of view, and then they gave them a platform to make the very points that RFK would have had them make.
These experts disclosed
Problem, reaction, solution.
financial relationship with General Mills, Novo Nordisk, Dannon, and our friends at the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. One member is straight up on the advisory board for the National Pork Board. Another, the company that makes Atkins and Quest bars. They also use decades of research funded by, the beef industry. Here's an NCBA executive snitching on themselves.
They took into consideration the decades of research done on beef nutrition. That's Chekhov-funded research.
Hear that?
That's Chekhov-funded research.
Chekhov-funded research.
Chekhov-funded research.
Chekhov programs are basically a series of marketing.
It's a box ticking thing.
Pretty much.
Well, like we say this, we tell you this is good, this is good.
Yeah, exactly.
It's how we got
what they're
got
saying.
milk and beef. It's what's for dinner. Defenders of the guidelines will say
Those
they still
were some pretty funny
technically
commercials, though. You
tell
got
you
to
to limit
admit.
saturated fat, but it's a sleight of hand.
Is this
But I don't think anyone needed to market beef to me. Like I kind of knew it was around, and I like a steak. Okay, I don't need a commercial. Doug Stanhope has a thing. He's telling this one thing. He's like, they spent $20 million telling you about the $20 bill, like a commercial of it when one of the new $20 bills came out. He's like,
oh my
"Who's the
God, I remember
competition?"
that.
He's like, who's the competition? You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna use the $20 bill anyways. So like, why did you spend money telling me, advertising me the already fake printed fiat currency? Like, it was such a good point.
Oh my God, I'm just remembering. You remember back, it was 1999. The U.S. Mint decided to release a new line of quarters, and like over the span of 5 years, they were going to be doing 50 states, and how hard they were pushing it. It's like, yeah, they were doing tons of advertisements for that.
Yeah,
and Sakaji weigh $1 too.
And if you like fold up that like $20 bill too, it's like the Twin Towers blowing up. If you like fold it up a certain way, but it is though. It is.
It is so sad.
But it is. I'm not making it up. It really. I'll see if I can find it on YouTube, but it really is.
My dude, I miss the freaking 90s. I miss the 90s. Like, if I had a time machine, I would only use it twice. I'd only want to go back to 2 points in history. The first, I want to go back to ancient Egypt because I want to see how the pyramids were built, because I want to see if my theory is right. That's the first thing. And then the second, I would just retire to the 90s. I would retire to the 90s, like pre-dial-up internet, video stores, plaid shirts were fashionable and in abundance, Yeah. You had newspapers, you had cartridge-based video games. Everything was so much more simple. The radio didn't suck. It was the last generation for good radio.
Good talk radio, yeah.
Oh yeah. That's what that's, if I could retire to any point in history, it would probably be the 90s. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, remember, they gave you a commercial showing you the $20 bill. Like, it's ridiculous.
Dollar bills conspiracy theory. If you flip one of these dollar bills in the back and fold it a certain way, it kind of looks like the Twin Towers. And the higher the dollar amount, the more it looks like the buildings are burning. More on my channel about money.
Really?
You've never seen any of this before?
No, I haven't, but I'm not
I
surprised.
thought you were just saying
U.S. currency denominations of $5, $10, $20, $50, and $100, when folded in a specific manner, supposedly display a...
Wait, they're not... maybe this is a better one right here.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. And in this video, I've taken each one of the...
These are not showing a good job of it.
And you fold it up. You fold the $20.
Sorry.
You fold it up.
I didn't know you never heard of this.
$20 bill up where it says $20 and it's upside down. And then you fold the right half and the left half right in the middle, where the $20 bill is nice and even here at the top, and you fold it. Your connection number one is you got a plane. There's your plane into the Twin Towers. Connection number two is there's your Twin Towers. There's the smoke, first attack. There's the smoke of the second attack. That's connection number two of the 9/11 attack. Connection number three, in the back, flip it around. You have the Pentagon. You have the smoke on the top. You have the Pentagon. Plane crashes in the middle. Connection number three. Connection number four, 9 plus 11 is 20. And you fold it up.
Here's a question.
There's other stuff too. Like, and they've shown, like when he showed.
You fold the $20 bill up where it says 20 because you got a plane. Towers. Connection number two, there's your Twin.
See, but they have a picture that shows that these are like the one in this tower on the left had like a different smoke pattern. Like, so this, because this doesn't really quite look at it, but there is other stuff that you can go deeper into, but like they do have stuff like that. I'm pretty sure other bills have it too.
But yeah, my question is, like, why? Is this just like saying the quiet part out loud or something?
Well, it's kind of called like lesser magic. It's to like program you to get this like this symbol this symbolism on here is kind of like your god because it's on your money and stuff.
Yeah,
So the more you change hands and see it all the time, like basically it's this. Like if they tell you something beforehand and hint at it a little bit, then it makes them not have bad karma as much because they like tell you about it because you're submitting to it. Here, this may be a better one.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You'll never have the sacred stone. Oh, this you crazy mother.
Wait. So the tower, it's going fast. Let me actually see if I can slow this one down. I think it's trying to go fast. So towers collapsing. See the smoke on the sides, and it's falling down.
5,
4. Waiting for the smoke to clear. This is on 100.
3, 2, 1. You'll never have the sacred stone. Oh, this
towers.
You crazy mother.
I know a lot about 9/11. I thought about doing a real big show on it, but I'm like trying to like keep the channel up somewhat.
I don't know. You just got to code your language. I think if you coded your language and said that you're only talking about a simulation that occurred in Minecraft, I think you could do it, but you would just need to be very good at coding the language.
Yeah. This video is showing it quickly, but they really do have that's been a thing I've known for a long time, that the 20, when you fold it like that, and you can fold one too and do it. And there's once you start looking at it, you'll notice like other things when you look at other pictures of 9/11 too that are on the money.
I'm not surprised. Like
airline and then tower. See the face of the airline, then a tower here. So it's not supposed to show it, but it's symbolism showing you. Tower shattering.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
See, but also notice how the money goes up. Watch this. $5 bill. So 5 is the lowest denomination they're using in this case. The plane, this is the plane hitting the tower. This is the building is not blown up yet or anything. Notice that.
Right.
Tower shattering, not hit, shattering from an explosion, not implosion. I mean, excuse me, implosion, not explosion. Now, $10 bill, so it's going up. Now they're on fire. The 20. Now they're collapsing.
Yep.
The 50. Now the smoke is clearing from the ground at $100 bills, the highest denomination.
6.
And you can fold it up. I've folded them up and done it. I think I've done it on Discord a couple times and stuff. This is other stuff, but when it comes. So I forgot how we got onto that. Oh yeah, so we're saying that, but they've made a commercial telling you about the $20 bill.
That's right.
That's how it came to that. But then I was like, well, yeah, they have like 9/11 and shit. Like this is probably I think this has Ball's face on it or something. Let's see this right here. So again, when you mirror or invert something, is always a theme that these people like to communicate and invert reality. Like just like how they're saying with the food pyramid and stuff, like how you were just talking about, shit like that. Watch. This is more of a mathematical one than folding a bill and stuff.
Yeah.
I forget what this exact one is, though.
I would not be surprised.
So that I don't know about I don't know about that
like
one.
honestly
That's
at this
just,
point
he put work into finding that, but the Bills. I mean, this is what I tell some people, dude. Like once you see something like this
US
Bill one's going and forward, you can't really unsee it after a while. Especially if you look at pictures of the pictures that they showed you to look at. They do look pretty like close to what happened. They really
the artist that designed the $20 bill.
I gotta
US currency did not
step back for a second. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right.
Okay. Cool. Equilibrium calls it their revelation of the method. So let's get back to finishing this food here. And then, you know what? Actually, fuck it. Let's go. I want to watch a 304 get like pulled over and I want to change it up and lighten it up and see. So we're talking about some pretty serious stuff. I don't want it to be fully like black pilling all the time. Again, I'm not even black pilling. I'm trying to make us laugh at it too. But I want to see. Where is it?
A woman in a dark-colored SUV remained motionless for 3 traffic cycles, with the driver sleeping while the vehicle was on, and within moments more officers arrive.
So a female driver, she's passed out at the wheel.
Look at that. Look at the butterfly. Look at the You can't make it up. Look at the butterfly. The butterfly tattoo and this stupid steering thing, but you see the mark of the butterfly is the sign of a. It's the same shit like the stuff being on the $20 bill or something like that. It's a manifestation of being I don't know, just a 304.
Police department, put the car in park. Over here, ma'am. Put the car in park. Just put the car in park. Are the doors locked? Put the car in park. Yeah, it's locked. I don't say. Yeah, put the car in park. Yep, in park. Unlock your car doors. Unlock your doors, ma'am. You're locked into. You just unlock your car. Unlock your car. Unlock the door. Ma'am, unlock your door. Now. Do it now.
Unlock your door.
Unlock your door.
Over here.
Now. Don't do anything else. Unlock your car door. Ma'am, unlock your door. Unlock your door. What don't you understand about unlock your door?
I understand.
There. Put all the windows down. All the windows down.
I understand. I understand. I heard you.
You're not listening to anything we're saying to you.
Said unlock your door.
And you kept trying to you're shifting the place there. Okay. Go ahead and step out for me. So the reason for this is you've been sitting at this light for almost 5 light cycles now. How much have you had to drink tonight?
That's a big woman. That's a water buffalo B-dub right there.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
I can't. I'm sorry.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
I had a drink or two.
Okay, drink or two. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go up on the sidewalk here. You're gonna. What do you want to do?
She's gonna block the right.
Okay. All right. So let's walk. Let's go this way, so we're not walking through the snow. We're gonna walk up on. Actually, you know what? Yeah. No. Come here. Just stay right here, because we're gonna stay on the road because there's too much snow over there. So just stand right here for me. Wait for this other officer. How long ago was your last drink? Because right now it is 4:15 a.m. When did you stop drinking?
Probably at 3:04.
Series of tests here just to make sure that you're okay driving and not impaired, okay? So you see the tip of my pen here?
Yes.
Can you see the tip and the tip? The glasses, do you need it? Are they required for prescription?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So just put your hands down at your sides.
She doesn't really seem like drunk, to be honest.
Stand with your feet together. Okay. And then follow the tip of my pen with your eyes and your eyes
maybe
only.
she is.
Okay?
Yeah, maybe she is.
Sorry. Let me do this. Let me switch this side. So follow the tip of my pen, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, keep your chin like towards me and just use your eyes to look, okay? Just keep your hands on your side for me. I know it's cold. You can roll your sleeves down as far as they can go, just so that your skin's not exposed. Okay. All right. You can keep your chin down towards me and just use your eyes. I know it's way up there, but try to follow it up with just your eyes. Okay. All right. So next one we're gonna do, I'm gonna have you stand here right in front of let's do right here, right in the middle of the roadway. Okay. So stand right here, feet together. Okay. Place your foot. So you're gonna imagine there's a straight line going from where your feet are directly towards the front of that police car. Okay. Place your left foot on the line like this, on the real or imaginary line, and I'm going to demonstrate for you. Place your right foot on the line ahead of your left foot like this, heel to toe, okay? Place your arms down at your sides and maintain this position until I have completed my instructions. Do not start walking until I've told you to do so. Do you understand these instructions so far?
Yeah.
Okay. When I tell you to start, take 9 heel to toe steps on the line, turn, and take 9 heel to toe steps down the line. Right foot in front. Go ahead and do that. Left foot on the line, right foot in front, heel to toe, arms down at your sides. Okay? And then you may begin it. Okay, so the last one we have here is a one-leg stand. Do you have any issues with your back, your knees? No surgeries, nothing medical like that? Okay, so same thing. Start with your feet together, arms down your sides. Please stand with your feet together, arms down your sides. Okay? Until I tell you to do so. Do you understand the instructions so far? When I tell you to start, raise either leg with the foot parallel 6 inches off the ground.
This will be probably the last video of the night, guys.
Okay, it's going to look like this.
Yeah.
You're gonna, whichever foot you want, doesn't matter. You're going to raise it 6 inches off the ground, keeping your foot parallel. You're going to look down at your foot, and you're going to count out loud 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, and so on and so forth until I tell you to stop. Okay? You must keep both legs straight, arms down at your sides while holding the position. Count out loud in the following manner: 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until told to stop. Keep your arms at your sides at all times and keep watching your raised foot. Do you understand these instructions? Okay, so go ahead and arms down to your sides, feet together.
1 second, I'm sorry, I'm cold.
You're good.
Just 1 second.
Yeah, so feet together. Arms down to your sides, whichever foot you want. Raise it 6 inches off the ground. Look down at your foot. Count out loud.
Remember how big she was, but when she's standing looking like this with these leggings and stuff on, they really are slimming.
Okay. Arms down to your sides.
See the butterfly sweatshirt, which is 304.
Oh boy.
I know.
I know.
Sorry, I'm not trying to.
No. It's part. It's.
My nipples are cold.
I understand. It's part of the test that you have to have your arms.
Her nipples are cold.
Okay, so you may begin to start.
Gotta be counting.
All set. Okay. All right. So one last thing here. I'm gonna have you turn and face away from me. Okay. Place your arms out all the way to the side like a T. Okay. And then bring them back behind your back. Okay. Put your palms together. Put your palms together. Like turn, palms.
Palm?
Yeah, palms.
Like,
there you go. You got it. Okay. So just so you're aware, I didn't even get your name yet. You're under arrest for OVI, okay? Based on the test that I just did, that you're impaired and you're unable to drive a vehicle, okay? So I'm going to walk you back to the vehicle. Do you have anything in the car that you need out?
No. My phone?
Phone, purse, is there a wallet?
No, not a wallet.
No? Okay. All right. I'm going to have you walk to my car here. It's this one. We're going to go to the passenger side, okay? Testing. We have
Here, I'm gonna search her first. Okay, you can have a seat. That's all right.
So thanks for tonight,
We're gonna shut
guys.
the
We
door
covered
for
a lot
now,
of
and
ground
I'm gonna go to the
on
phone,
various
okay?
Yeah, I didn't even get up.
Topics, subjects with a few tangents and stuff. But
Yeah, good times.
Thanks, sir. I'm trying to get the view hours up and get some new subscribers in. So I'm just gonna keep hitting the lives hard.
Yeah.
So I'll be doing more next week and stuff. I'd keep it going longer. But I don't know. Every time I quit, I want to keep going a little bit longer, but I feel like I'm burning people out a little bit too. So
yeah, man. No, man. You're doing good. You're doing good, man. Yeah, you'll find that sweet spot.
Yeah. So have a great night, guys.
Yeah, dude.
And I'll maybe do a show tomorrow or something. I'll probably go to AJ's show or something like that. So thanks a lot, guys. Have a great night.
Yeah, have a good
Be
night,
safe.
guys.
Yeah, be
Later.
safe.
Bye.
Bye.